Hello, ladies and gentlemen. We are live. Just waiting on Vinny. Yet again. That's okay. I'll get everything set up. How is everybody today? Hopefully all is well in the kingdom. Let me dwindle it. It's a little bright. Yikes. Things have been quite eventful on our end. It's been a busy and exciting day. This, what's up? 10 people are here already. That's wonderful. I am pulling up my, my stuff here. You guys can chit-chat with me in the comment section so I won't feel so alone. I'm not even seeing any comments coming up. Oh, there we go. Hey, what's up, Sarcast? So, we just spent the last 30 minutes trying to find Vinny's hat. I have no clue where it went. It's disappeared. It's disappeared on him. So, what can I say? What can I do? I've got a Mississippi roast in the crock pot right now. It's supposed to finish cooking at midnight. Oh, speaking of finish cooking at midnight. Oh, there we go. Sorry. I'm trying to message the kids here. Vinny has all these weird names for the kids in his phone, so it's hard to find. Hey, come to the office. Okay. Yeah, Middle Earth. You know what? I used to have a crock pot. I mean, it didn't survive, but I used to have a crock pot where it had a little probe, so you stuck it into the meat and you told it when to shut off by temperature. So it would hit the perfect temperature in the meat, and then the crock pot would just switch it off to warm. That thing was ideal. Ideal. When I move, eventually, I'm definitely going to get another one of those, because that was a world of convenience. Hey, what's up, Negative Vibes? All right. Adam Keene. Is been grounded from last night's review. He slept on the couch. I'm just kidding.
Last night's review? What happened?
Remember our ending finale?
Oh, because we had a disagreement?
Yeah.
People have no idea.
I know. If you guys spent any two minutes of time around us, you'd soon see.
Where's my glasses?
They've been destroyed.
Oh, they have it.
Yeah, here.
Where's he? Is he in the house
Has
yet?
not arrived. Okay.
I don't know what he means by let Sori take over the show. What does that mean?
Probably because you're the one that's always running the stuff. Or maybe... I believe that, we could totally do that on one of the streams. I could run the whole thing. But this tonight. And Zonia really hit it off intellectually. So I'm going to be the... like when the old-fashioned motorcycles, and then there was that little weird side cart where they usually put the dogs sometimes.
Sard cart?
A little side cart. It's a little side cart, babe. You never saw those?
A sard cart?
I say, wait. I
said
meant
a sard cart.
Side
You gotta
cart.
turn that down, man.
Why?
It's like bouncing off of you. I didn't say off, but holy smokes.
And we got an echo.
We got... Don't worry, I'll fix it. I will fix it. as I fix everything around here.
Look at these. Aren't these funny? These are the things that Revo sent to the girls. Oh man, I can see how like if you have like major crushes on these
So
is it BTS boys?
Yeah,
that
BTS.
you'd lose your mind over these stickers.
All right. Then get in the 70s. Yeah, we going in the 1970s, bitches. Biatches.
Z's still not here, huh?
Huh?
She's probably like, fuck you. You're gonna make me wait 30 minutes? I'll make you wait.
It was an hour.
Well, yeah, technically, but we originally had agreed on 9:30.
Perk in the house.
Yeah, where's she at? Actually, you know what? I'm gonna let you take over because I gotta get the potatoes into the crock pot, so you'll have more than just roast.
Chic fashion. We don't play games over here, boy. We don't play games over here, y'all. My sister's obsessed. Your sister's obsessed with BTS. Got a link for me. Yeah, join the stream. I'll put it in the chat. The guest of honor is making her way down to the forum. Anybody else hearing an echo, or is it just Z is still waiting for the link? Yeah, I can only deploy the link to the okay. I'm here, bitch. Excellent. This is how my friends treat me. All right, boom. Copy that link. And green Drew. Holy shit, that's a disturbing picture. I wonder if did Sori put that on the thingamajiggy? No more echo over here. Okay. Green Druid full album review. All right, I'm gonna edit this thing right here because that thing is disturbing. Get it? Disturbing? Schlunk. Do I hear 70s music? I don't think Green Druid is 70s music. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Let me see here. We got that. Okay, that's good. Okay, so hold on guys. I'm just changing the album, the thumbnail thingamajiggy because this thing is really freaking disturbing. And I like disturbing shit in my thumbnails. So stand by, dear listener. Of course you did. It's completely changed all my stuff. I'll tell you what, that's one thing I do not like. All right, let's see here. What did you call it? And Sori live stream with a mystery guest. Alrighty then, save. All right, Green Druid. All right, and link. Give me the link. See, you're trying to give me anxiety with all that Russian shit, bro, but I'm not in that. I'm not in that world. Accidental mirror spotted. Yeah. I know. I'm a disturbing picture. I understand. All right. Let me see. All right, Z. There's the link. Bitch. Think I got you the link. This is going to be really interesting. People really thought that was some shit. No, we played. They're like, I guess they made up last night. It's like a regular conversation. No, actually, what happened after the review, Sori and I played chess, and you can guess who won that game. Dear listener.
Yeah, and he what'll happen is he'll get me in like checkmate or check, but he doesn't say anything. So I just have to sit there and figure out that I've already
the first
lost.
time I got you in check, you were in checkmate.
Yeah, but either way, you never say. So it'll be definitely when it's in checkmate, you won't say anything.
I thought it was obvious.
Yeah, he just sits there, and then I'm like, shoot, I can't go there. Shoot, I can't go there. Shoot, oh, it's over.
Yeah.
Rude. Just tell me.
You did that for me though. You trapped your own.
Babe, nobody asked.
You trapped your own. Oh, that's a nice background.
Nobody asked.
Z.
Hello.
Hello. Look at Z's background.
Ooh, it just keeps changing.
The whole thing just keeps changing.
I like that.
I gotta change the volume levels on you guys a little bit. You're a little loud.
Oh.
What?
Stop, babe. That's so rude. Look at her eyes. No. Hey, did you get a response from this one?
Which one?
This thing? Did they accept it?
I haven't even checked on those boys.
Oh, okay.
I have to go. All right, so we're giving our special DJ a thingamajig. You know what the problem is that do you have a song list for these people?
Yeah,
I want
Trello.
the lyrics.
Trello.
Legit. There's no volume control for this thing.
So basically, Vin.
There should be. Maybe I'll try it on
quiet.
my end. Are we too loud? Is that the problem?
Yeah, it's really loud for some reason, and there's no volume control through this app.
Let me do it this
For
way.
both of us, are we both too loud?
It's mostly just Vin.
It's mostly, or it is just Vin?
Well, actually, it's both of you. Never mind.
Okay, how about if I do this? Did that change anything? No, I don't think that changed anything.
A little, actually, tiny bit.
Whoa.
I'm messing with hers. Hold on. Let me go into the settings. So you can still adjust the settings.
Oh, okay.
Let's see. It says interview.
Don't
auto
forget, D
answers,
is waiting
and
for you to
guest,
sign that.
host camera. I'm sorry?
Don't forget, D is still waiting on you to sign that. He's been waiting all day.
Oh, his contract for the house thing?
Yeah.
Default to dark mode. Turn off
By the
audio
way,
processing for guests.
Sorry, I changed things a little bit. So the first link that I gave you to the first song is just a visualizer, and it's kind of crappy. So that same song is also in the album. So just skip the first link, and we'll just go straight to the second link, and it has all songs in it.
Oh, okay.
And I've got the lyric sheet here as well, which I can link to you guys.
Yes, please.
Perfect.
That's the big thing I'm interested in, as you know.
By the way, the lyrics in this are not super
Accurate.
They're not the strongest lyrics. So, but when I decided that I wanted to do this album, it was more because the album is quite a journey, musical journey.
Yep.
And so that was sort of the focus.
Yep.
Lyrically, it's not the strongest. Anyways, here's where the lyrics are. Each of the songs is listed at the bottom, and then you click on each song, and it expands the lyrics.
Where did she put that?
Right there.
Oh, I didn't know she could do that.
Yeah.
Oh, because she's an admin.
Yeah.
We got her mod stats, right?
Yep. Okay.
Okay.
Been a mod for what, 3 years almost?
Where are our mods?
Why? We got something bad already?
No.
Oh.
I just want to make sure
Still-
we got everything.
I gotta
set
say,
up.
when people post stuff in there that gets them
Still
deleted, I really wish there was a button that lets me see what they said. Because I'm always very nosy. It's when Amy's here, I'll be like, "Yo, what'd they say?" Or Sadie,
Or you
tell me
text her?
tell me what that person said.
Okay, so Z, tell me what you want to do. Do you want to do because of what you said about the lyrics? Do you want to do song by song? Do you want to listen to the whole thing straight? What do we want to do?
Honestly, if we go straight through the album, it's kind of a fun experience. If we just go first song to last song straight through, is that easier for you guys, harder for you guys, or is it better to break between songs?
You're the star, right? So don't worry about us, because this is actually the first time we've done this. So I really want to show people that if you select this option, you drive the car, right?
All right.
And then we'll take it from there. And honestly, Z, you can let's say we're gonna listen to the whole thing, and like 15 minutes in, you're like, ooh, this part right here, right? You just call time. We'll stop. We'll talk about it, and then we'll pick it up, so we could have a more fluid type of. And same thing with you, right? Like if you catch something and you're like, oh, I want to talk about that, then you guys stop. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Well, then let's just make the plan to break between songs, and if we do get like a point where we want to pause it in between, we'll just call it and pause it. Otherwise, we'll just stop at the song and do a quick little like, hey, what do you think of that or something?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
Look at the
By
sarcasm.
the way,
What? Finally, a possibility to have the last word over Vin? I have to look at my bank account right now. Fuck you, Sarcast! I was actually thinking about him. I was thinking about him this week.
You were?
Yeah, so what are my guys doing?
What happened? You stepped on a Lego. You're like, oh yeah, Sarcast.
I'm trying to find a way to get
No,
you
like,
guys into
you don't
full
get it, baby?
screen.
If you step on a Lego, it's painful and annoying, and you stepped on a Lego and you thought it's Sarcast? Okay. Anyway, did you see what his first thing was he said to me?
No.
I just scrolled it so you can see.
Hang on, I'm going to do a quick thing right here to get us into. Doesn't seem like there's a full screen mode for this thing, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a crop and zoom on my end so my guys can see it. I'm also going to do a doesn't seem like
quick.
There's a full screen
Whoops, sorry.
mode for this thing, so what I'm going to do is
Mute it.
I know. I just hate this computer. It doesn't work good.
Wonder why.
It's not a quick. Sarcast, at least you got it.
Wonder why. One more time. What album were we reacting to? We were reacting to an album called what?
Green
Druid at the Maw of Ruin.
Okay. Now, Z, I'm going to do an intro. Okay? So just follow my lead in freestyle. So when you have everything set up, let me know, and then we'll do the intro.
Sarcast had a dream of you this week.
I don't think we're doing a commercial. We're not doing a commercial for these ones.
No, don't do that. I'll just add them in after.
So I wanted to. Yeah, I think the vision right now is we're going to be very fluid with this review.
Yeah, I'll try
organic.
to just try to help me remember to put the timestamps in.
I'll do my best, inshallah.
And for my own viewers, I'm just going to let them know who you guys are. So this is Vin and Sori. They are a couple of friends of mine. And they are, they do music reactions. I've known you guys, we're beyond 3 years now. We're like 3.5 years.
3.5.
That's crazy.
You were at our wedding.
Right?
Yeah.
And then
your wedding redo, effectively.
Yeah, the do-over.
Right.
And then Sori cried because she didn't get enough time with you.
Yep, it's true.
Yeah.
I did.
Yeah, we were walking. I actually got to sit right next to Z at the Disney place, right? Isn't that where we had the whole sitting thing lined up? And we had the Mexican food. And I got to sit next to the world famous Z. Bitches.
That's so weird. I could have sworn I sat next to her.
So you always have
Wait,
to come
that's
and
right.
take
No, no, Vin sat next to me. Yeah, Vin was right next to me, and you were
Across the table.
Across the table, right across the table.
That's probably why you were crying.
Yeah,
So-
it was unfair.
we were pregnant with Orion.
Yes,
at the
we
time,
were.
Right? Went to Nam.
Oh,
Yeah.
yep.
Yeah.
Zonia was so nice. She was like, "I'll pay for you guys to go to the." Wasn't it Zonia that was going to pay for us to go to the
Disney.
I couldn't.
Yeah.
She had
My hips were all frigged up.
Yeah.
It was very nice. I just can't do it.
Oh, we have Z back at the hotel room. Crying like a big baby. Listen. Also, Z has on our side. Z has a Twitch channel. Do you do most of your work on Twitch, Z, or is it on YouTube?
These days, yeah, I'm doing most of it on Twitch. I still upload to YouTube, but I don't stream to YouTube anymore. And maybe I'll get back into doing that soon. I used to stream to both simultaneously, and it's just not something I do so much anymore.
Okay.
Here,
Is
I
there a
will link
reason
it in
she's
the
not very
chat.
clear? Like the visuals?
Now, Z,
They're blurry.
you're a little pixelated on our side.
Oh,
Your camera.
I'm not sure why that is. As far as I can tell, there isn't really much that I can do on my end.
Okay.
Settings again now. It doesn't give me any options to like tweak any of the settings.
Wow. That's disappointing.
It's probably just my incompetence once again. Surprise, surprise.
No, because I don't know.
Could also be your incompetence too.
No, because I don't think that's the case.
All right, let me see here.
You guys might want to use StreamYard. Like StreamYard works really well for this kind of thing.
Well, we're coming in clear as anything. It's Here, Z, I'm going to email you what it looks like. I don't know if you already know.
What? You're going to email what?
A picture.
You're emailing something?
A picture.
Oh yeah, I'm seeing on your end. It looks really low.
Yeah.
Quality.
Yeah.
Yep, that is weird.
But it looks like on my... Yeah. Hold on. What am I doing here? What am I doing? I'm trying to do something.
Oh my gosh,
fancy.
Zonia, you've never messaged me on the secret email.
She hasn't?
No.
Why would you do that? Tell us why.
Because she had a stream. Usually that's where people... Well, I guess...
Let me see where my I don't know. I'll try tweaking. I'll try dialing down my bitrate settings on my stream, and see if that frees up more of the bitrate for you guys. So let's give that a shot real quick here. So I'll drop mine down to. Yeah, I'm a little surprised because on my end, I can't really...
You initially came in like really, really clean. How about this? Let me hang up on you.
Try it now.
And then... So let's add her back in. Still a little twitchy. Only we're on a different side now. Z, can you hang up?
Sure.
Hang up, and I'll send you another invite, and we'll try it again, inshallah.
Sure.
She's gone. The thrill is gone. Remember that song? The thrill is gone.
Remember when we used to have to do that? Kick the kids off Fortnite? When our internet was so bad.
I do remember that monstrosity. Used to get me so angry. And then it would start like
the kids would be so disappointed too. Yeah, everybody get off the internet.
All right,
everybody off? Shut off all your devices.
Yeah, I know. All right, so there we go. So there we go. Zonia's joining. Add to the right. And now she's clear as day. See that?
Oh, it's much better.
See?
Yeah, that's
much better.
Can you
hear
us,
see?
Yeah, I can hear you guys.
Zonia. Okay. All right. I am going to put Zonia's Twitch channel so you could see it. Zonia Undead, I think it's called, right?
Zonia Dead.
Zonia Dead. Okay.
Oh.
Very positive, very uplifting.
It used to be Zonia Live.
Oh, okay.
And then I quit streaming for a while, and I changed it to Zonia Dead because I wasn't live anymore.
Gotcha.
And then I got back to streaming again.
And then it went back to Zonia Dead. Makes a lot of sense. And then the stream went twitchy again. I don't know.
I'm not sure what's going on there.
Yeah, I mean, I'm good with starting if you're good with starting.
Sure.
If you want to tweak it a little bit, I'm here till 5-6 a.m. So I don't have a problem.
I'm not sure.
Your sister might, but I'll be good.
I mean,
let's see.
It's
I'll
just
try.
weird.
Yeah.
You guys use this feature often, where you have someone else on?
We had somebody on
yesterday.
One other time.
Yesterday. 2 days ago.
2 days ago.
Yep.
Huh.
Yeah. 2 days ago we had somebody on and it was decent.
Huh.
It was
well,
decent.
hopefully this will work.
But let me see here.
I wonder if it has anything to do with how much you're doing on your end, Z, because you're streaming to your people, or did you send your people just onto our channel?
No, I'm streaming to my people, so
right. You're streaming to your people,
definitely
plus you're connecting with us.
Competition.
Yep.
Yeah.
We've got ours plugged directly in.
Let's see.
To the internet.
I think it's her internet because she's doing so much on her end. So you might have to choose between clarity and broadcasting.
Yep. let's try this.
Don't you think Zonia could be like, you know those sleep videos you listen to?
Yes.
Now lay back and
Yeah.
relax.
100%. And go to sleep and never wake up.
Breathe.
Zonia.
Zonia dead.
Okay, let's see. Hopefully that will update and you'll have more bandwidth going to you guys instead of to my stream. Now, let me just check something real quick because I've noticed that this program seems to be tweaking with the audio settings a lot. So I'm going to go and try and override those if I can.
Okay.
Let's see. Control panel. And then sounds.
On our end, we have the album downloaded and everything.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah, it's down. I'll show you which one. Can you click on the little panel thing to open up?
What panel thing?
Okay, apply. So this should override the audio settings so that it can't take control of my
the most recent
device anymore.
It's this one, I think.
That should control the levels.
Look at Doug.
Okay, hopefully my microphone settings are stable now at least.
Okay.
So that'll be good.
We can hear you. You sound good.
All right. Okay. Has the quality updated at all? Is it looking better now?
Still a little.
Nope. It doesn't. It looks the same.
No,
I'm sorry. I'm not going to lie to you.
It looks the same.
Man,
It's
that
weird.
is not good. That is weird. Maybe it's something else because I've dialed my bit rate down a lot, so there should be a ton of free bandwidth for streaming to you guys. But I don't know.
Let me see here. Source, built-in camera.
I seriously don't think it's on our end.
Well, what would be the logic in it starting out really good and then dying afterwards?
You know what?
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, we've started streams before that were nice and they were good, and then like as it kind of bogged down. Hey, you know what? Put the link up there and pull somebody. Just have somebody else jump on, and we'll see if they come in clear.
Yeah.
Okay, Sarcast, jump on, bitch. Camera effects. Zonia.
Sarcast, can you jump on? Did you give him the link?
Yeah, the link is there.
Need to scroll up, whoever's going to jump on and test it. Or maybe someone in the U.S. should test it. Someone.
Yeah.
Oh, that's true. That's true. Somebody in the U.S. test it. We don't want Sarcast's meanness on our stream. He's always mean to me.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, wipe out.
Jeez. Man, it keeps changing my mic levels. This is weird. Hang on, let me bring this back up again.
I wonder, maybe we do Ring Central. And then
That could be better.
share screen from Ring Central.
You could try whatever you want. I think it's because she's streaming. She's streaming while she's on with us.
So we're doing the same thing.
No.
Yeah, we are.
Yeah, but this is
We're
she's
streaming Twitch, YouTube, Twitter, and Facebook at the same time.
yeah, and then she's just jumping on with us. She's
Only doing Twitch and us. We're doing 4. She's doing 1. You see what I'm saying? And there's no way that we have better internet connection than her. She's in California.
Mine isn't all that good, honestly, but it's stable. I've got guaranteed bandwidth. It's not super high, but it's guaranteed, so it never fluctuates. It's always the same amount.
look
All
how
right.
clear he is.
Hey, Sarcast. Look at his face. Say something sarcastic, bitch.
We're waiting.
Oh yeah, he looks good.
Yeah, he's not even in the U.S.
And we can't hear him though. Bless
Yeah.
God. We can't hear him. All right, so now the blame is officially.
Yeah, it's nice to see your face.
I'm
Your
sorry.
rude-looking face.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Z, but the blame is officially on you now, because
All right.
Sarcast is coming in with all his beautiful glory.
Well, let me just stop my stream then.
Z-
All right,
Z-
guys.
Z-
I'll get back to streaming after this, which is going to be
Zonia.
probably...
Actually, do me a favor. Mute your thing. I have a kind of outside the box solution that I want to pitch to you.
Sure.
So mute your stuff. I'll mute mine and I'll call you.
Die Routine für einen gesunden Rhythmus.
How about the audio? Is it working now?
Yes.
You want me to say something sarcastic? I really like the outfit. How about the audio? Is it working now?
Yes.
You want me to say something sarcastic?
I really love it.
Peter. Listen. I'm gonna.
I feel like we haven't seen him in so long.
That's what I'm saying.
Move your rude self around.
That's what I'm saying. We need to move stuff around and hang out with the homie. Everybody's like, "Who the hell?"
Yeah.
See, we could do this too, Sarcast, you bitch.
Yeah.
We can go black and white too,
Look
bitch.
how cool we look. What?
We in here. That's what I'm saying. We need to move stuff around and hang out with the homie. Everybody's like, "Who the
What's
hell?"
happening? Why are we echoing like that?
It's because he doesn't know how to mute the sound on his speakers, so
God.
there's a big echo.
No.
So how you been? What you been doing?
Good. I'm really good.
Yeah, you look good. You look healthy. You look happy.
Yeah, but Sarcast, can you say anything else? I mean, your live stream, what are you going to be like? My life sucks. You have to say
He
something
would
good.
say. He would say.
Would you?
Yeah, he's always been an honest guy.
In front of all these millions of viewers?
Have you been working on any new music, Sarcast?
Yeah.
So have I. Well, I played a little clip. I put it on Instagram.
Where I don't follow you. That's good.
Yeah, it was on. It's called Black Number 3. I was like, I wonder what
Is that like a cologne or something?
Oh, that's why my volume.
What do you say, koala? Is that what you said?
No, an aftershave, a cologne.
Oh, Black Number 3. Yeah. It's actually about my mother. Fuck you very much.
Oh, really? It is?
But
Aw.
well, that's why I put Ora Pro Nobis Mater on the thingamajig.
Yeah, I tried to
None of you
translate
people-
that.
None of you people
on
have
Google,
any cult. None of you people have any
and
culture.
it didn't really work.
Ora Pro
Is
Nobis.
this better?
Yes.
Well, for
Well,
now,
we'll-
remember,
we'll see if it
remember
lasts.
faded. Remember it faded
That's
after a
true.
while.
Yeah, so we'll wait.
And I raided into your Twitch channel, so all my viewers are over in your Twitch channel right now.
See, it went back to horribleness. Look,
Wow.
So
unreal.
I don't think it's so much on my end. I think what it is based on the way this service works. It's probably a distributed system, and so what it is sometimes they have issues where between 2 points there's an issue there, and it's just going to be degraded for a while. Because right now I'm not using any of my bandwidth except for you guys.
Weird.
So what would your suggestion be?
So then why don't you just go back to your regular Twitch then, since the bandwidth thing isn't the problem? You see what I'm saying?
I don't know. I already rated out. I mean, unless they want to, because let me see. Does it look any better at all?
No, I went
No.
right back to normal.
Yeah, it looks just as bad.
This sounds like the plot to Event Horizon. Shut up, Ranger!
Nobody
I got an
asked you.
idea. Wait,
Yep,
I
what
got
is
an
it?
idea. Just in case. There could be an issue with having too much changing on the screen. So let's
That's
see
true.
if it
That is true.
works.
I feel like she's a little bit... Is it a little
Yeah,
bit
it's clearer. It is definitely clearer.
And give it a little time, because I know one of the problems is when it has to update every single pixel on the screen, it can run into compression issues, and that can cause the quality to degrade.
Sarcast agrees. He's scratching his head.
Yeah, my audio sucks because I'm using the one of the webcam, and Zonia is using one of these, but which I haven't activated. So
He isn't activated. Never heard anyone say that about a microphone
Sarcast,
before.
I have pictures of you in your old band. Don't forget, I can extort you. I can say, listen, I'll show everybody your old pictures.
Please, he wouldn't care. He looks super cool.
I know he does. He looks like a
Okay,
badass.
so on
my hair was glorious.
Yeah, it really was.
Go Z.
so it looks a little better.
Yeah, I agree.
100% it does.
Got to boot Sarcast out of here. He's taken
Yep.
up. He's taken up a third of the screen.
All right, buddy. Love you. Very happy to see you, bro.
Yep, it was very enjoyable.
I'll check up on you soon, Sarcast.
Is that a threat?
Hi.
Yeah.
See you guys.
All right, buddy. Have a good one. Get out of here. I kicked him out. I kicked him out of the house. Get
Booted.
out. Okay. Yeah, Z, you're coming in perfect right now.
Yeah, that's great.
You're coming in perfect. So what happened was the colors?
Yeah, there's just too many pixels being updated, and that's causing issues with the compression algorithm, I think. Like, I think the compression algorithm is not designed to update everything constantly. So I'd have to look into the actual program that you guys are using. I've never used it before, so I don't know anything about it.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's probably what's going on, is that there's just too many pixels being updated.
Yeah. Yep.
kidding.
That was me. I'm doing that. I'm playing around. Boop boop.
Yeah, it's all right.
All right. Okay. Good. So are we ready? I'm gonna do an intro. I'm gonna explain to everybody what the hell we're doing, and then we're gonna be off. Okay.
And we're skipping the first link, and we're just using the second link only.
Okay. That thing.
I'm
that I
sorry.
downloaded,
There's
was
like
that
a
the
big
first-
fight going on.
Listen.
The full album.
I need you to focus.
So
This
if
is
you
fun.
take
Remember what she said. We're skipping the first and we're going to
Yeah,
the second
the first one is this. Or down there. It was
That's
somewhere.
a JPEG.
Yeah, hold on.
So are you sure? Did you download the second link she was talking about?
Oh, you know what? I was in the middle of downloading it and then I never finished. This is the one.
Are you sure?
Yeah, if you click on it here, you'll see. See? It's over. It's an hour and 6 minutes. That's the whole thing.
Okay. Okay. So Z,
Oh,
that's the one you sent us, the hour and 6 minute one. That was the second one.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, that's the one you want.
Look,
Okay.
you don't believe me, huh?
I'm just checking. It's called Trust and Verify. Good Lord. Trust and Verify. All right. You guys ready?
Yep.
Okay. So I'm going to start it off and then do a little explanation about what we're doing, and then we're going to go. Okay? Ready?
Ready?
I'm Vin.
I'm sorry.
All right, guys. We got a very, very, very special we've never
Evening
done this.
planned?
We've never done this before.
No.
We'll probably come up with a cool name for this at some point, but this is a collabo stream at this point. is what
Collabo
we'll call it.
stream?
A collab. It's horrible.
Collabo?
A collabo. But anyway, that's when you guys know the DJ streams. You get 4 songs or more. You get to dictate the night. But this kind of stream is when, as you see right here, Zonia is actually with us for the entire stream. Okay? Now, she decided to do an entire album review. It's called Green Druid. It's an album review. which comes out to what, 6 songs, Z?
6 songs.
Yeah, but that's just one option, right? Like, so anyway, we'll probably shoot another one of our glorious commercials at some time, let you know exactly how to do it. But anyway, here we go. We're in a collab stream, and it's kind of, the DJ really runs the show. They're in the driver's seat. So there is no template for how to do this, right? So the way that Z's going to do it isn't necessarily the way that you're going to choose to do it, isn't necessarily the way another person chooses to do it. But I'm pretty excited because it's going to bring some a different way of doing shit, and it's going to be more fluid, I think, more natural, and more like one of your friends bringing you into the garage and say, you got to listen to this shit, which is the essence of the entire channel in the first place. So anyway, having said that, here we are. Z, if you want to set up Green Druid, what they're about, what we're going to be doing, all that jazz.
Genre and all that.
And then we'll just jump right into it.
Actually, yeah. So Green Druid, they are a sort of like, they're a Doom band, but they're very unique with their approach to Doom, and they fuse a lot of different styles of metal together, and they also have multiple vocal styles. They go anywhere from clean vocals to like extreme distorted vocals and such. And their albums tend to have a theme to them. They're very story centric, and their songs tend to be about 10 minutes long on average, like probably 9 minutes long on average. But yeah, this album was from late 2020. It's been a favorite of mine since it came out. They're off of Earache Records. And I've been wanting to get them to you guys for a while. I've been just trying to find the time to do it and figure out when, and a lot of things going on in my life, so it kept getting pushed back and delayed. But yeah, this is going to be your experience with Green Druid, and I'll link their Bandcamp in the chat too, just so you guys can have it.
Excelente. All right, guys, here we go.
What did you say the name of their record label is?
Earache Records.
Okay.
It's a British
That's
record company that tends to be kind of extreme. They were one of the early record companies to embrace grindcore. So that was kind of how they got their start, was with a bunch of grindcore bands.
What's that grindcore? Didn't we do a grindcore song and we were horrified?
We did. I don't remember
what
which
was
one
the name of that band. It was horrible. And we were like,
you did Agoraphobic Nosebleed. You did Napalm Death.
Yeah.
And
yeah,
I think that's all you did for grindcore bands. But this is the Bandcamp. Let me put it into the chat just so everybody has it.
And see, last time,
Bandcamp page.
Put that lyric thing up there as well too, so I can get to it.
Yes. Copy that and put it in here. There you go. When you get to the lyric page, the songs are listed at the bottom. You just click on the one that's playing and it'll pop up the lyrics for it.
Perfect. And Z also has veto power, so if I'm talking and I'm rambling, she doesn't want to ramble, she could say, all right, Vin, what do you score this song? And that'll be the clue to shut the fuck up. That'll be that. So I'm just letting you guys know that if you choose this selection, you literally, the entire night is yours. You're driving, so it's going to be good. All right, guys, here we go. I
need a timestamp.
And only Z can say, only Z and Ben Webb can say, shut the fuck up, and everybody else will be banned from the channel forever. Don't hurt my feelings. All right. Having said that, dear listener, we are going into song one. Song one is called what?
Green Druid, The Forest Dark.
The Forest Dark.
The Forest Dark. Let's do this shit. It's anticlimactic. Where's the thing again, babe? Where'd it go? Is it this one?
Yeah.
Okay. The Forest Dark, bitches. Let's do it. Build up, baby. Building up all that shit.
So what'd you think of that?
Wow.
Holy smoke! Go ahead, start.
Well, I thought it was incredible, like what they did with the vocals, and the way that it came in. I'm not sure what you were gonna say, but I loved when they came in with, obviously because it was a story. When it got into the part where like the person was being chased, and then a black leopard, dark as the night, a lion of gold, but then it says their fangs were ready, and then they don't end up getting killed, but instead. We are the mothers, that part. We are the mothers of kings long dead. We see the future where no man will tread. That whole part, the way that they performed that part it felt deep and eerie and creepy, but hopeful. And I don't know, it was very interesting. Everything that they compiled into that vocal style.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's one of the things I love about the vocal style for this particular album. Like they've got 2 other albums that they've done, and this one is just it has so much attention to adjusting both the vocals as well as the other instruments based on what is being said at the time and the changing of perspective. So like it starts out as someone living in the modern, industrialized world in a city, with concrete and walls, and they're in their bed, they're sleeping, and they wake up in a forested world, dealing with elements of nature, and the vocals are clean, and they're very almost angelic in a way. The way they contrast with the heavier music. And and then it plays out this story and approached by a black leopard as dark as the night, and a lion of gold wise and old, a silver she-wolf swift as the wind, and they're speaking to the person about what is to come, the way it seems to me, what is to come of the future if I'm guessing like man doesn't change its ways, and how Gaia is being threatened and is in pain, and they're like spirits of what came before and what has seen the progress of man and what effect it's had on Earth. And so their speaking is in a different kind of vocal, or it's a different kind of vocals, and what they're conveying is like an urgent and kind of menacing message, but not threatening the recipient of the message, more just trying to give that sense of urgency, and you need to change things. So it's really impressive, the shifting of the both the music and the vocals to convey these different perspectives.
Right, because they said if nothing is done, no one will survive. So it wasn't like no one's going to survive regardless. There's a sort of like a prompt to change. Like change can happen, and that can make probably, which is what's making their voices come through at that point in time. I was looking around on Facebook, and somebody had posted this man who was holding a 3-month-old donkey, and the donkey, I guess, had gotten really sick, and then they brought him to the vet. The donkey didn't make it, and it turned out that the donkey had swallowed a balloon. And so they were saying, please, like, people stop putting up balloons as a memorial to people, like they don't make it to heaven. The balloons don't go to heaven. Like, they don't. This is science. They're going to pop and they're going to come down, and then a little animal's going to eat them.
Or they're going to deflate. You know what I'm saying? Right,
deflate or whatever. Either way, they're going to land where animals can get them. And he said, like, in her little 3 months, she had her wrapped right around the little hoof. He was like, I was wrapped around the little hoof. I was so sad about that, and I was like, it's so true. People need to stop doing that. Like, set off. We knew somebody that put off butterflies, or and you could see a sense of resurrection from that. The butterfly goes in and into the chrysalis and then comes out. So there's like a sort of resurrection. You could see that would be great to have as part of a memorial. But like throwing up balloons that animals are going to die from. But it kind of reminded me of that when it was it like where it said the trees used to sing, but now they lie silent. Like, if we keep doing destructive things, Gaia is dying. So we have to.
Well, the girl is, or the protagonist, kind of ends up being a stand-in for all humanity, because it says this should be your final breath, but there's been too much death. So it's basically, that tells you that whatever they're about to say next is like, your life is on the line, but they want to have mercy, right? And so then it talks about what they should say is, you fucking humans, you destroyed everything, you make everything horrible. But they were it was kind of a redemptive thing, like if this doesn't change, X and Y, Z thing's going to happen. So the whole thing was set up because she was shown mercy. This should be your final breath, but we're going to show you some mercy, and then they give this message basically to all humanity. So that them sparing her life was kind of like a giant metaphor of whatever you believe. You know what I'm saying? Like, we've got extra time to try to reverse course here.
Yep.
And I thought that was really strong lyric writing, actually, to be honest with you.
It's more the middle part that bothers me. Kind of the way they set up. Their fangs were ready to tear me apart. Their claws were sharp as a perfect knife.
Yeah.
I braced myself to feel their bite, but instead they spoke to me. And so it's just the way that those lyrics flow. Those always are jarring to me and kind of take me out of the mood when I notice them. So that's where I think the lyrics aren't very strong.
Right.
But everywhere else in the song, the lyrics are actually pretty, they flow well through the rest of the song, just not in that part.
Yep. Oh, I agree with that. That it was a brilliant literary setup where the protagonist ends up being basically like a stand-in for all humanity, and that, and it was kind of like a DMT type of situation, right? Like where you meet these spirit beings who take on sort of shapes and things that you can relate to,
right?
And then they communicate something to you that's very, very true. You know what I'm saying? And you see this in the Bible, like, oh, there's talking animals, whatever. It's like, yeah, that's not really the point. You know what I'm saying? Like, so, like, there's a reason a lion was chosen, a wolf was chosen, etc. There's a reason for that. And then, it said, our Gaia is dying. But the way they did the melody, you said angelic. Yeah, it was like, it's very ethereal, very spiritual. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It was like, and I was not expecting the second. And she did great with the vocals, but musically, what they did when they moved into the melodic vocals was also really top notch. I talked about this yesterday in one of the songs. And no disrespect to the previous, other bands or whatever, but I talked about how Tool does a very good job at you start off at one tempo and then at the end of it you're completely somewhere else and you didn't know that happened.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And this band was like that as well. Like I caught the vocal change.
Oh yeah.
But the instrumental change was very well done.
Okay, yeah.
Like you didn't know what they were doing instrumentally until it was too late. Like the guitars got really melodic because at first it was very doomy, kind of jazzy doom, and then all of a sudden it got extremely melodic and beautiful. But you were so distracted by the vocalist that you didn't see what the musicians were doing, and I thought that was was brilliant.
Yeah, you're completely right.
Sarcast says Vin said Tool and Z yawned. No coincidence. The yawn was not expected, and I don't think it was Tool induced, though I am notorious for not being a fan of Tool.
What'd you say? Overrated? How dare you? So
you
Z
brought up Tool in a reaction that I'm on. I'm offended.
What did he say? How dare you?
How dare you?
It's praise part.
Like I say, how dare you?
How dare you? How dare you? How dare you say I'm a bully? How dare you? Yeah, holy shit. I really, really like this song. Like, okay, when at first, I'm not a doom metal fan.
Right.
So like, but the guitars were kind of like, they were very like grinding, almost like exhaust at the beginning.
Oh, I agree. Yeah.
And then when it switched into the melodic thing, it's a really, really, really good contrast. Really good contrast.
Yeah. Yeah, and they've got a lot of I like how they're like, so doom is sort of their main theme, but they're incorporating so many different elements that like one song can just vary greatly. So you've got, it's very doom in the beginning, and then it gets to be very sludgy and almost like almost like hardcore kind of breakdowns in a way, but slower. So they're very heavy, sludgy kind of sounds. And then it gets into a more up tempo and more aggressive kind of style, but still with the doomy feeling. And have a lot of variation in it, which to me makes the song very interesting. Part of the reason why I know, well, on the record, a lot of people have heard that I'm not into doom so much, but that's more just like your stereotypical kind of doom. So like your earth, your stuff like that. It's like things that are trying to recreate what what Black Sabbath did, and trying to just kind of rehash that. And there's so much of that to me, it kind of gets boring, especially when it's the same thing sort of end to end. But I like a lot of modern doom that goes and just fuses all these different elements, and the songs are longer and they change a lot. So like Primitive Man does a lot of this, where they're just incorporating all these different elements, and the song will change so dramatically from minute 1 to like minute 9. So these long songs with so many different changes in them. And to me, that makes it just so much more interesting, because even if you've listened to the song many times over, the variation is still a pleasant change that gets you, like, because I'm sure there are a lot of people who prefer like a steady mood for a song, but for some reason, for me, with something like Doom that's kind of heavier and gloomier sounding, having the variation there makes it so much more intriguing for me, and it kind of almost feels like going on an adventure.
Yeah.
100%. Like, like this, the slow like, I'm a big believer in being patient with music. Pop music is like, oh, it's 3 minutes, you're in and you're out. Verse, chorus, verse, middle, bridge, we're out. So, but I feel like sometimes you can swing the other way. It's like, okay, I'm being very patient, and you're still playing the same fucking chord at the same tempo, and we're on minute 14.
Yeah.
Like that, I can't rock with. This was like, to me, the sweet spot. It was almost like the slow doom was like making a foundation for something, and then the other shit they were building on the foundation.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
So like, I'm cool with like laying that as a foundation, but you nobody wants concrete windows, man. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I want concrete in the foundation. I don't want the windows.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I thought they did a good job at this. If this was Doom, then I would be a Doom fan.
Do I typically like Doom?
No, not like pure Doom.
Because I like the sort of...
Yeah.
I like that, but I don't know if I liked it in this because it had... First of all, that was female vocals, right, Zonia?
Yes. Yeah.
Was there a dude at the end, though?
I don't know if they were singing at the time, but there is one of the other musicians occasionally does backing or separate vocals. But yeah. I think they're only featured a couple times on this album.
Yeah, he was kind of like a background guy. Yeah, but go ahead.
Well, I liked having the female vocals mixed in with the Doom. To me...
That's a good point.
I felt like that kind of... That made it... I enjoyed this form of Doom, but I wasn't sure. Like, I couldn't have told if somebody would have said, "Oh no, you always love Doom." I would have been like, "Okay," but it really, I think, depends on the vocal style for me.
You've never
like, if it's going to be some trash vocal. Well, in my opinion, trash vocals, then I'm not really going to like it. But that was pretty, and I liked that it kept changing it as you were kind of going through this story, and the story was a little bit like different than I expected. Also, I felt like that the song kept changing, like. I don't know. It felt like it just kept changing as it was going, and it felt a little disjointed in a good way. I don't know how to explain that. Mm-hmm. But like the way that the different pieces transitioned, almost like you know what it made me think of was a kaleidoscope. You know how a kaleidoscope has all those little individual pieces, but when you twist it, they all fold in together.
Yeah.
But they were individual ones that didn't look like they were going to fold in together, but as you started twisting, they all did. And that's what the song kind of reminded me of.
Yeah,
well,
that's a good call.
There's a visualizer for that particular song, and a lot of the visualizer is actually kaleidoscopic effects. And so that's really interesting that you brought that up. Yeah.
No, I wish we would have had that visualizer.
Damn it!
What's funny is the first time that I really got into this album, so the first time I heard it, I heard the song with the visualizer. So for me, it was immediately influencing me because I saw it with the kaleidoscopic effects. But I would listen to this song sometimes. So when that first came out, that song was what was released and the album wasn't released yet. So I pre-ordered the album. But for a good like 3 months, the album hadn't been released. So I just had that one song. And I used to listen to that song when I would go to bed, and I would just play it and close my eyes and lie down. And the kaleidoscopic effects would I would just imagine them, and they'd kind of be overwhelming. It was almost like a
Cool.
hallucinogenic effect kind of thing when I was going to sleep. And especially the point where there's the pitch bending of those drop tuned, there's it's doing the repetitive like breakdown over and over again, and it's pitch bended and it has a phaser effect on it. And like that point right there is sort of like the confluence of the kaleidoscopic effect in my own head. So every time I hear it, I think of that.
Ah, nice.
Yeah, I was listening to Rogan, and he was talking about there are some people who have DMT-like trips without using DMT, just doing heavy meditation. And
I've definitely had that experience.
So have I.
Yeah, and that's one of my theories about DMT is that it's a shortcut. But we have DMT in our bodies, et cetera, and I don't know what the science is between focus and sound, because even when you're seeing these DMT ceremonies, there's still music happening. The shaman will chant, whatever. So I am sure there's some sort of connection between sound wave, vibration, getting the mind focused, and then, even when you guys talk about the kaleidoscope, a lot of times, like right as you're about to have your breakthrough into the DMT world or whatever, people talk about these geometric shapes or whatever, and then they're off. Yeah. So like something is going on there. You see what I'm saying?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
So,
and I listen to a ton of psychedelic music too. It's a big thing for me. So one of my biggest genres that I love to listen to on a regular basis is psychedelic trance. And it gives me that kind of effect as well, where I see a lot of kaleidoscopic and geometric shapes in my head when I'm listening to it. And that's also what's commonly depicted on the album covers and for like the promotional material.
Okay.
Yeah. And a very common drug that is taken in that scene is DMT, as well as psilocybin and other other drugs, other psychedelics. Yeah. And one thing I wanted to comment then on for Sori, what you were talking about with liking the vocals and having the female vocals, a lot of doom metal actually has contrasting vocals, because doom metal is heavier and drop tuned usually, and it's not uncommon for doom metal bands to have a vocalist that has a much higher register. And so they'll oftentimes have someone that has like is a soprano or something doing vocals. And well, usually a little bit lower than a soprano, but right around that range. And so it provides the contrast, and that contrast is what a lot of people like with doom metal, is hearing the vocals that are much higher register than what the actual the key of the song is in, or the octave the song is in. And it just kind of provides that contrast, provides a variation that is pleasant to a lot of people's ears. So bands like Candlemass and Black Sabbath with both vocalists, right? With Ronnie James Dio. Ronnie James Dio is lower register than Ozzy Osbourne is, but he was still oftentimes singing in a higher register than the octave of the song, or one octave up from the song. And so you had this heavier drop tuned melody going on, and then these higher vocals that contrast it.
They do it so well. So good. What did you give this song?
This one's I'm going between an 8.9 and a 9.1. 9.
We said we were going to be stricter on scoring.
Oh, I know, but I really enjoyed it.
I know me did too.
Me
did too. I did too.
Sound
Me
like
did
Cookie
too.
Monster.
Me like
Me like
I started to
cookies.
talk like Orion. I yike it.
I yike it.
I yike. Was it yike?
Yike! I yike it.
What'd you give it, Z?
Man, this song was an easy. Like, I want to give it a 10, but there's another song on the album that I think may have beaten it out for me. So it's a tough one. If I were to use like your scoring, I'd probably put it around like a 9.8. I'd say, like really edging really close to 10. But there's another song on there that I think would sort of take the 10 for me, and we'll get to that one eventually.
The big homie Middle Earth gives it a 10. A socket 10. Pretty sure he meant to say solid 10.
I think socket works well. I think that
I'm gonna give it
should be the new rating system.
I'm gonna give it a socket 9.4. A 9.4. Really strong. Okay, second song is coming up, and all we have to do is hit play, bitches. The name of this song is
Hey, Tina, I'm sending you an email.
Where's my album thingamajiggy? It's something about man.
The End of Man, or The End of Men.
The End of Men.
Men.
Okay, so that's coming on the theme because they were warning us about fucking up the earth.
Right.
All right, we're back in it, bitch. The End of Men. Let's do it. This does sound too good.
Yeah.
that was song 2. What was it? Something about the end of
The
men?
End of Men.
The end of
No,
men.
End of Men, not the. It's just End of Men.
Okay, how did you guys interpret this? Was this the same conversation in the dream world that she had before? Or is this something else but loosely related?
Oh, I thought it was the same thing.
For me, I
Oh,
feel
whoops,
like
I forgot. I gotta keep these on. Ooh, what'd you say?
For me, I feel like it's something that definitely continues the theme. It has that feel to it. And this kind of feels a little bit more like, instead of being visited by spirits in the dream, it's more the person sort of reasoning out the message in their head and considering what humanity's place is in this whole thing, and then feeling sort of a sense of disgust with humanity's place in this whole thing. So like they receive the message in the dream from the spirits, and then they move on, and then they're sort of processing that message. That's what it kind of feels like to me. But the way that it's written makes it really hard to actually, determine if that's the case. But it feels like that is the natural progression.
Is the point of art, really? If it was that spelled out. I had an artist hit me up one time, and he said, "You had a very interesting take on the song." And, we were going back and forth, and I said, "Well, how close was I?" And he said, "Well, I didn't write a book, I wrote a song."
Oh.
And he basically was saying, like, I'm not going to tell you because that's what it was for you, that's what it was.
Yeah.
And I thought that was probably a badass response. I was like, okay, respect to you. I was like, hey,
Neil, they've been blackpilled.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, you're really good at finding meaning in something that's, I wouldn't say meaningless, but seemingly meaningless. There's been certain things like that, like years back I wrote, and then you'd be like, wow, and you'd like pull all this extra shit out of it, and I'd be like, yeah. That wasn't intended, but sure.
Well, actually,
you just gotta play it off. You're like, yeah, that's exactly what I meant.
Please, of course, my writing was 10 layers deep.
Okay, this is a little bit off. Okay, so Z, I want to get your. Actually, ever since I heard this, you were one of the people I wanted to ask about this. So we've been doing a lot of studies on consciousness, and there's a couple scholarly articles. I'll send them to you after the show. But basically, some of these doctors were playing with the theory that the beings that you run into in your dreams are not just fragments of your subconscious, but that they are in themselves in the dreamscape, have their own ontology, sentience, whatever. Okay? So it's not the Freudian thing where it's like, you meet an axe murderer in your dream, but that's because you have suppressed rage because you wanted to murder your father or some shit like that. But whatever the beings that you run into in your dreams are their own person, beings, whatever.
Oh, I keep getting that mixed up.
So in universe of this song, this girl has this dream with the lions and all the rest of it. You could say, oh, that's just her subconscious talking to her. Or we could do it like you, which is the way that you set it up was she had this dream or this vision with these beings, and now the second song is her filtering the ramifications of what she heard into. You see what I'm saying? What's your thought on that?
When it comes to that particular theory of subconscious states and like the embodiment of what do they call it? Personification, I think, is what they call it. Personification of I've heard the theory before, but I've never actually read up on it, so I don't know any real specifics other than I've heard like some bits and pieces of it. But like what I was thinking of is more that the person who is visited in their dreams are whatever it is, if it's spirits or if it's just personification of complex thoughts. Either way, this is sort of like after it, in a way, almost like how sometimes you can have dreams in stages, where you can have like
that
happens to you, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you can have one very rich and dense dream, and then there's like sort of an aftermath period where you're almost slightly awake, like half asleep, but you're still in the dream state and you're processing the thing that just happened.
Mm-hmm.
And like I've experienced that before, where I'm processing the previous dream in this weird like semi-conscious but dream state kind of way of processing it. And I'll even be thinking, man, that was a weird dream. And it'll kind of lead into a dream of processing the previous dream. And that's what it kind of feels like to me with reading through this.
What did that guy call that? There's literally a technical term for when we were watching that thing, like the between waking and dreaming. I forgot the name of it. Oh, here it is. Hypnagogia is a transitional state of consciousness between wakefulness and sleep. Yeah. The opposite of
hypnagogic state.
Yeah.
And Wayne Chamberlain says, I'm feeling a little frightened of this music. Am I in the right mindset for this? I guess that's up to you.
We don't know what state of mind you're in, buddy.
In a way, though, like music that inspires such like powerful emotion to me is like, I think that's a pretty amazing thing. I'm a pretty, like, I'm very emotionally sensitive, I guess, but you often can't see it. Like the way that I process things and the way that I act, I'm very even keel and I have a very steady state, but I kind of am processing a lot of things at the same time. And when I listen to music, it almost like breaks the barrier for me. Like where normally you'd see me be in a very level, steady state all the time. Yeah. Music kind of shatters that for me. And I feel almost like I can't maintain that steady state so much anymore when I listen to certain types of music, really drag it out of me and make me much more emotional. And this album is definitely one of those that does it for me.
That makes a lot of sense, though, that this song is her in the hypnagogic state. Mm-hmm. Right?
Well,
this one was like straight up dream, and this one is kind of like, because she's still in that world, because she still had that ethereal voice at some points, and then she had more of a regular voice, and then there was anger. So she was kind of in a twilight consciousness.
I guess I missed that she was in a dream in the first one. I don't remember even seeing that.
She said,
yeah, she wakes in her bed in a forest. So she goes to sleep in a city with concrete walls and wakes from her bed in a forest.
I left my bed in a dream.
Yeah, I left my bed in a dream.
Oh, yo, I didn't even
Found myself in the trees.
Oh.
Yeah. So the first song, she was in a dream. That's when she ran into all those spirit animals or whatnot.
Okay. All right.
And then the second one, and then this one is,
I still thought it was a conversation.
Way too analytical, but it is just interesting considering what we've been looking at. It just appears that she was in a hypnagogic state here. I think you're spot on there, Z. I think that's where she was.
Yeah. Yeah, I would agree with that. I still think it's a conversation between her and them within that state.
Could be. I was thinking it was sort of, I was kind of extrapolating that it might be the processing of the previous conversation and sort of mulling it over in the mind and processing it and sort of being in conflict in a way, because you can see that there's two different voices in here.
Yes,
because it says like your death creeps around the corner, your corpse stinks of gluttony, and then it's I see it all, the rise and fall in your eyes, the crying child inside, the one that died a long time ago, and then there's we do not belong here, we are the scum of the earth, the fragile egos of men will come to an end. And so it's almost like a resolution in the end. There's the warring parts. There's one that's accusing, and the other that's sort of like looking at it and processing it, and then they kind of come to a conclusion together and make the decision. Yes, we are men. We're toxic to the earth. We're destroying it. We don't belong here. We're going to come to an end. That kind of.
Yeah. In the first song, there was multiple characters that approached her, and it seemed like one of them was speaking, or maybe like a certain, like maybe multiple ones that were the same were speaking. But then this one seemed to me that it was actually like more of like a darker character of all of them. Perhaps one
like
that
a duality.
Yeah, like where the other one seemed like it was like a little bit hopeful, like that there was a way, like if they don't change, it's going to go bad.
Right.
But then this one seemed like this was the character that was like, no, F you. You've been doing this for so long. You're going to pay. And then you could, and there seemed like there was a sort of resentment, like, obviously.
Definitely had that word there, resentment.
Yeah. When
Your
you say
corpse stinks of gluttony.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, well, I mean, okay. And then, anytime there's anything that talks about the crying child inside, the one that died a long time ago, that stuff always sort of makes me sad. Probably because maybe I'm still on the journey of reconciling myself to myself. And the idea that everybody kind of has to have that journey. Like there's things lost in your childhood just by nature of being around people that are sinful and you being a sinner yourself. So it's just like there's all kinds of stuff that we have to process through about, like, I guess sometimes I look at the kids and I don't think that our kids are disillusioned like maybe I was as a child. Like, for instance, I thought my parents were perfect. They had it together. They were the parents. Now I look back and I'm like, they didn't. They're just, shooting in the dark sometimes, just like everybody else. And I think, though, that when that happens, like, there can be a lot of fallout for people. And then you kind of have to, in your adult years, like, reconcile that. But
I've often called it the death of innocence, and it's sort of
right.
like it's not even a sudden thing. It's sort of a gradual chipping away of all the things that sort of make you naive and innocent.
Yeah.
And you don't necessarily lose all of it ever, even by the time that you finally pass on. But there's just a constant sort of chipping away of your naivety.
Yeah.
And as you get more and more exposed to the reality, of humanity in the world, you become, in a way, desensitized to all the disappointments that, in your naivety, you are not expecting.
Mm-hmm.
And so I call it the death of innocence as a progressive thing, right? It's just, it never really ends. There are some who their innocence becomes more aggressively chipped away at a younger age.
Mm-hmm.
And there are some who end up having it happen at a much longer timeline. But everybody kind of deals with it. And so this kind of speaks to me that way as the crying child inside, the one that died a long time ago, is like the chipping away at the innocence from their perspective happened more aggressively at an earlier age than it does for some people. So I think you and I have talked about this a bit, where I'm like very nihilistic. And even though it doesn't often manifest itself in the way that I conduct myself person to person, there's sort of like I have a very bleak outlook on life, but I also got a very rough start to life. And a lot of the people that I would have normally expected to rely on and depend on and trust ended up being unreliable, undependable, and untrustworthy. And so there were just a lot of defeating incidents in my life as a child and as a teen that made me lose faith in humanity. So by the time, before I was even an adult, I was already pretty jaded, I guess would be a good word for it, and didn't really have any faith in humanity. And it took me years of my adulthood to sort of kind of downplay the jadedness and maybe restore a little bit of my happy-go-lucky kind of self.
Yeah.
And so in a way, I've tried to, I guess, for lack of a better term, like nurture, or, well, I guess nurture isn't the right word, but restore the child inside, and revitalize it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, I think
Nurse it back to health, maybe would be a good term.
I really think that, again, if you take the protagonist as a stand-in for all humanity, there's a lot of ways that, if you look at the vast majority of human history, the technology that we have and the things that we do is relatively new. So we were so much more innocent in regard to nature than we are now.
Yeah.
And so we've especially post-industrial humanity, we've lost something of our innocence with that as well, because then, you know, and we constantly talk about this contrast between human beings advancing and, you know, innovating and things of that nature, which is good, versus the horrible ramifications of clear cutting entire forests and all the rest of it to set up, you know, industry and all that. And that's again, we all love and appreciate technology, but you lose something when you do that. You know, like right now, you know, Dorian is in. I didn't know this about the kid, but he's in love with winter and snow. Like, so right now he's out with his brother in the woods at
They're reading a book.
11:30 with a lantern, but he wants to be in nature. He wants to be in the cold, and he's got his little lantern, and they're reading Attack on Titan or whatever in the woods somewhere. You see what I'm saying? Like,
Nice.
and so like, imagine being a kid and then seeing that area just completely destroyed.
Yeah.
So that some ridiculous strip mall can be put up. You lose something.
Yeah, that's true. We spend a lot of time in the woods, and it always has bothered me seeing that. That's interesting.
You do lose that innocence. Like there's a show, The Wonder Years, and he had his first kiss in Harper's Woods. Right, so this guy Harper, he had these woods, and that's where he had his first kiss with Winnie Cooper and all that. And there's a horrific episode where Harper's Woods is about to get clear cut for this mall, and Winnie and Kevin decide to save Harper's Woods, so they tie themselves to these trees.
Oh God!
So that the bulldozer wouldn't happen or whatever, because they used to play hide and seek in those woods and everything.
Yeah.
And but long story short, it was because Wonder Years is a coming of age story, and long story short, their parents basically said, "Listen, this is the way that it is. Okay, it's 1965. We're innovating technology. It is what it is." And it was one of the worst episodes of it was. Now I look back, it was one of the best episodes ever on TV. But basically, long story short, they did one last hide and go seek in Harper's Woods, and then they allowed the contractors were like, "All right, kids, we'll let you have one more night in Harper's Woods."
That's sad.
And then after that, they just destroyed their their sanctuary.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
Again, the kids they're right now reading Attack on Titan. They bought that from a mall. You see what I'm saying?
Books a million.
I get it. But part of growing up in the post-industrial age is losing that innocence. And that I don't care what you believe. Like, we are connected to the earth. Like, we are pretty much dirt and water. Like, even from a biblical perspective, like, you're dirt and water pretty much.
Right.
And when that's taken from you, even if you're the person that's doing the taking, you've lost your innocence. Like, and then here in our country, like, we're dealing with it right now with the whole situation where nobody knows who to believe, and all the authority people, the people who are supposed to be authoritative and care about us and give us directions on how to navigate this horrible pandemic, now nobody trusts them. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's like we've been politicized, and people are playing games with our lives. Like, this is our lives you're talking about, and we were supposed to trust you guys, and now everybody, I saw, I'm going to bounce this back to you, Z. I saw a thing on Rising or whatever, basically like, you're on your own!
Jeez.
It's like, you're on your own, because we can't figure this shit out.
Wow.
Go ahead, Z.
Oh, yeah, just the whole, like, we don't even know how to pre-digest the information for you, so, you know, figure it out yourselves, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Is that what we're talking about? Yeah. That's been that's been sort of a growing trend these days. There's been more and more people talking about just figure it out yourself, do your own research. Problem is, though, that there's not really a good, there's not a consistent way of educating people and raising them to clearly research things properly themselves and do it in a way that gets around confirmation bias. Like, almost everybody tailors their consumption to their to their biases, and so they look for the things that confirm their biases.
100%.
So we're stuck in this weird situation where the vast majority of the population doesn't know how to properly digest information and process it, and the people that we would normally trust to pre-digest it for us we can't trust.
Right.
Yeah.
There's lying.
Yeah. Yeah.
Further black-pilled. It's all downhill from here.
Welcome, everyone. At least we got some good music for you bitches before the whole thing goes up in flames. All right, holy shit! I can't believe I remember that Harper's. That was really depressing. It was really terrible.
Oh, that's sad.
I remember that episode too. I didn't see the whole thing. My mom enjoyed that show, and I do remember one where they were like chaining themselves to a tree.
Yeah.
And then they and the hide and seek thing. But I don't think I ever saw the complete episode.
Oh,
sad.
it was such a gut punch.
Yeah.
It was such a gut punch, man. But this song brought it out. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like I didn't know until I started having intimate conversations with you, and then this channel, because a lot of the pagan bands are really big on emphasizing nature. I did not know. It's crazy. Being a New York kid, I did not know how important nature was to me.
Oh, yeah. You know what I was thinking? You've been having a hard time sleeping, and I thought, I wonder if you spend a day outside and then go to bed when it's bedtime.
That's what the doctor said. No bullshit.
Yeah.
She had this list.
You literally spend almost your entire day in your room.
Yeah.
It's not healthy.
She had this list of things.
Not your room, our
like,
room.
Outside?
Yeah.
Finn, go to your room.
Hey, it's happened. It's happened.
Just go.
Sounds like Vin needs to touch some grass.
Yeah. Well, there's no grass here. It's just snow. But still, you bundle up and you go out there and breathe that air for a couple hours.
She was explaining touch the grass to me. I'm trying to figure out all these. One day I'm going to use them all in like one sentence.
Yeah.
I'm like, I'm a bad motherfucker.
Man, you should just.
What have you asked me? You've asked me
based
means
touch the grass. Yeah.
There was something else too. What was the other one?
There's been a I'll have to go through my text to see them. But
to let you guys know, Vin like every once in a while messages me something, like send me a text message asking me about some like online or gamer lingo, and so I then respond and give him like almost like a detailed breakdown, like, well, here's how it started, and this is how it evolved, and then now this is what it means today.
Right? Yeah. But she knows me, so she knows that I want to hear all that shit. I don't want to just hear the definition. Damn it! I want to know how the shit progressed.
What is that? Etymology?
Give me the etymology.
Tell me the whole thing
of based, bitches. All right, what did you give this song?
8.9.
What about
for
you?
me? Yeah, I'm a bit lower on it, so I was gonna say 8.5.
Yeah, I'm gonna give it a solid. My scoring system is closer to Z than you. I had it at 8.6. I gave it an 8.6. So there you are, dear listener. All right, guys. Listen, this is an entire album review. We're not going to screw with the flow. We're going to go right back into it. What's the name of the third song?
The name of the third one is Haunted Memories.
Wait, hold on. Johnny Melancholy. What's going on with you, brother? Are you good? What's going on with Johnny Melancholy?
Hey, can we trade headphones? My ears hurt. My ears have been hurting because I have to wear earplugs every night, and so my ears just like hurt just generally. And now these earplugs.
Yeah, you think because you're going to ask me in front of everybody that
no,
that I'm going to be manipulated into
you're not
doing
you're not manipulated. You're not manipulated.
No,
you're a nice guy.
No, they're mine.
You're a nice husband.
All right, I'll just sleep outside. That's
better.
Ridiculous.
Plus, you have the hat will cushion those headphones. All right, you guys. Haunted Memories up next.
Johnny Melancholy says, my girlfriend Johnny
she's in the hospital with
COVID. Oh, man.
She's been hospitalized? It's...
Okay.
We're praying. We'll be praying.
We'll definitely be praying for you. We just saw her yesterday.
I know.
We good, Johnny. We good.
You guys are young, right?
All right. All right, guys. Song 3. Would you say song 3 was Z?
So song 3 is Haunted Memories, and this is one of my favorite tracks on the album.
Haunted Memories.
Yeah.
Green Druid. Let's go. A little bit different, huh?
Wow.
Let me see.
It should be 3308.
Yep. Okay.
Oh my god.
Scheiße.
This one was a tough listen, I gotta say.
Because of the lyrics?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, like people throwing tens in chat.
Yeah.
Then you can see why I was hovering at like 9.8 for the
Yeah.
first song.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is these songs are such a journey. Like the previous song, not so much. It's a little bit more linear, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But like the first song and the third song are just such a journey. The way that they change and evolve, and tempo changes.
Yeah.
And the mood progresses and evolves. And I love this song so much, and this one, like lyrically, I often when I think about the lyrics, I think like it seems like a very personal experience with dreaming and memories and having things resurface in dreams.
Yeah.
And not so much a story. Like that's
Right.
where this song deviates from the rest of the album, is this one doesn't really have much going on in terms of story from what I can tell. But even though like the first song is about a dream, second song feels like the hypnagogic state, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And so still dreaming sort of. And then the third song seems to be sort of almost like reflecting on the impact of the dreams, reflecting on the repeated impact of the dreams. Like, this is what I experience. These are how my dreams affect me. And, and I have, and it's sort of a way of expressing the effect. But what the interesting part here, though, for the most interesting part is the part where it says, "The phantom, it howls in an ungodly voice. My ears rattle, burst, and bleed." Because the rest of the song is just talking about sort of these are memories, these are how they haunt me. I wish I could forget. I wish I could forget these faces.
Yeah.
And even beyond that part, it still talks about like feeling there's no escape, a feeling of not being able to escape and dissolving quietly. So everything else sort of just is almost an adjective for how the dreams affect them, and sort of explanation about the effect of the dreams. But then this one part, it gets more esoteric, and it starts talking about something a bit more almost like there's something embodied in it. The phantom, it howls in an ungodly voice. My ears rattle, burst, and bleed. That one part gets much more into something that has like an embodiment
Well,
for it.
And that's what we're talking about. Like in dreams, it's like the traditional Freudian thing is that the characters in your dreams are just shards of your subconscious that you're trying to suppress, which that's definitely in here. But then there's the other theory of dreams, which is maybe, but sometimes what you run into is something completely separate from that. And that's that phantom, which is this sort of thing that's always like at this corner of your eye, but when you go to look at it, it's gone, and she can't quite, and I mean, one of these days maybe, but obviously, I thought about you, as far as stuff goes. But
well, I was kind of wondering if, obviously we haven't heard the rest of the album, but if it's like different phases of consciousness. So you had the deep sleep, the dream state there, and then the next one was kind of like that in-betweeny sort of stage we talked about. And now this one is the consciousness that is memories, and how memories affect us, and how they're real, but they're not real because they're not happening now, but you can have a memory that makes you feel now what you felt then. Obviously this song was difficult in the sense, for me, it made me think of, kids that experience childhood molestation. Usually it happens at night when they're in their beds, and then the memories, sometimes when they're so young, they don't remember it like as a solid memory. It's kind of like this vague sort of haunting, I guess you could say. This person doesn't want to remember. But the memories still keep coming back. And I think that sometimes, we talked about dealing with your inner child, and you have to also face the tragedies of the past as well to be able to find your healing. But you have to be in a safe environment to do that, around supportive people, having a supportive crew to be able to really focus in on the painful details of the past and what you can remember there. When I was listening to this, I thought of two different things. One was the daddy review. And the comment section is absolutely ruthless. Well, not ruthless in the sense that people are mean to each other, but just ruthless in the sense of, wow, there's so many people and what their experiences were. And I actually don't go in that comment section all the time because it's painful. It's painful how widespread it is. But at the same time,
that's the thing that got me about that review.
Yeah.
I go check on it once in a while.
I do too.
Section and
yeah.
Like, it happens to dudes, it happens to girls, it happens to...
Yep.
The babysitter was the uncle, was the aunt, it was the sister, the brother, the dad, the mom,
unbelievable.
the grandmother. Like, shit is just...
That's that's the most insane one right there, grandmother. That's so friggin' crazy to me. It's almost, I want to say that never happened, but I'm sure that it did. But so that, it kind of made me think about that, and those experiences and those memories and stuff. And then it also reminded me, I used to have these dreams all the time of just demonic, evil things, creatures that would come to me in my dreams. And it was so much so that I feared falling asleep, because whether I would see those demonic creatures or I would see people dying, and it wouldn't even necessarily be people that I knew or I loved. Like one time, it was Michael Landon, because I was a kid. So we were watching Little House on the Prairie. And yeah, Michael Landon.
I was thinking, is it a different Michael Landon?
No, it's the Michael Landon you're thinking of. Yeah. And I was like, I remember it was my grandparents' camp. They had this weird carpet that they put on it must have been something, because they all worked at the mill and different stuff like that. There was this weird, like, sort of thick canvas that was rolled out all over the ground. So it like kind of made the outdoors like a little indoorsy. I don't know how to explain it. But I was at my grandparents' camp and I saw the lump in that carpet thing. And I'm like, in my dream, I knew there was a body. And I was like, somebody went over and lifted the carpet. Huh? In the dream, yeah. They said it's Michael Landon. And I was like, don't look. And I was like, I'm going away from this, because anytime that I would go toward it, it would always get like really crazy. Like one time, like it was like a skeleton that was hiding in this. It's so weird that I can remember things. Like I was like 12 probably when I had this dream. So I went into this bathroom, and in the bathroom there was what are those? You know, at school, the lockers. There was lockers. Oh. And I heard this like banging on the locker. And I was like, no, I know what's in there. There's something bad in there, and I'm getting the hell out of Dodge. And so I tried to get by the locker, and then the locker opened, and the skeleton fell out. And the neck, we couldn't watch any scary movies, so this was just all straight from my own head. The neck bones were there, like just the vertebrae, but the head was missing. So it was just like this jagged, and like shit. It came toward me, and it started like tearing me, my skin all off. It was the craziest dream. But I decided to at one point to say, I refuse to look at it anymore. I'm leaving the area anytime I have dreams like that. And that kind of like stayed it off for a while. It was that coupled with praying. I started praying every single night before I went to bed. I would say, Jesus.
But you wouldn't see Michael Landon's dead body anymore?
Any dead bodies. I was like, Jesus, please help me to just have good dreams. Help me to have dreams that come from you that are, good and happy and whatever. And I want to say the first night that I prayed, those dreams stopped. And it went on like that for years. And then eventually I started getting some crazy ass dreams again. But those weren't like dead bodies. Those were just like evil, demonic, dark creatures that, again, I had to bring the name of Jesus to. And that was the only thing that kind of made that stuff go away. Other than that, it was pretty terrifying. I didn't even want to go to sleep. I was so scared.
I never had such detailed dreams. Like I had, and I never really had much in the way of like bad dreams either. Where there are a couple of exceptions. The really, really bad dreams, the series of nightmares that I was having, which were kind of like night terrors or something, were back when I was 5 years old, I think. And it would happen every night for a while. And there was no like memory of any kind of dream or anything. I would just wake up screaming and crying, and like my dad would usually be the one to kind of help me out and get me up and give me like warm milk and kind of get me back to bed. Aww. So that was a period when I think I was 5. And then there was I had a couple of nightmares after seeing some pretty heavy movies. One of them was the original Pit and the Pendulum from the 1960s, which is actually a pretty scary movie for a kid, even like a 1960s movie.
Yeah, I don't know anything about it.
you think of 60s, like early 60s movies. This is like 1961, right? You think of early 60s movies as being cheesy, right? But
Yeah.
it's based on, so it's Vincent Price, he's featured in it, and it's based on the Edgar Allan Poe story. And the movie is all about basically trying to drive, or the story is all about trying to drive the man who inherited his father's estate, or his grandfather's estate, trying to drive him insane so they can basically his wife is, well, I don't want to get too much into it in case you guys ever want to read the story or watch the movie, but it's a very torturous movie, both literally and figuratively, because they're trying to drive this man insane. And the entire concept of it, like, and it's a very dark, dismal film that's set in a castle, and they did such a good job of just painting the atmosphere and giving you this dark, dismal atmosphere, and then building on a gradual, progression of insanity. And it's very sinister, it's very malicious. And so there's just there are these elements that make it really scary. Like, to me, growing up like as an 80s kid, I think in this 70s and 80s, you got exposed to a lot of the more modern elements of horror. And so they were kind of like, it's just sort of a trope. You grow up with it, and you're not really, even though I lived a pretty sheltered life, there's enough exposure to it around with kids with like Fangoria magazines and stuff, to where it's kind of like, it doesn't do anything to you. There's like no effect. So like the more vulgar form of horror and the things that are more blunt, like dead bodies and stuff, no effect. But the like driving someone towards insanity and that progression of taking a sane man and pushing him over sanity's edge was really disturbing for me.
Oh my God, I bet.
And that one really affected me. And I think I was 10 at the time when I saw that. And I think my dad thought that it wouldn't be that big of a deal to show it to me because it was an older film, right? It's from the early 60s. And so he probably figured that it wouldn't be that big of a deal to show to me. But it clearly had an effect. So that one really affected me and gave me nightmares. And the nightmares for that one were very specific and pretty vivid. And it was like, again, I don't want to give too much away, but it was like I was...
Yeah, I'm probably going to watch it.
It's like I was in the character
and
watching it all happen. And
watching yourself slowly go insane?
Sort of, yeah.
Wow.
It was really wild, especially for that age.
Jumped into my body in a dream?
Yeah, that was pretty weird.
Were you in the character's body, or were you just like... inside but observing, not experiencing?
Yeah, like inside but observing, and then like seeing it from specific points in the movie.
Wow.
And it's really pretty disturbing if you see the original. There's a remake of it from much later on, but the original early 1960s one with Vincent Price is the one that's like that's a deep one. So if you watch it, be prepared. Especially if you're affected by like really deep psychological kind of horror. And I'd probably, like, these days it wouldn't be that big of a deal for me, but it sure was when I was 10 or 11.
Yeah, I bet.
Wow.
But like when it comes to like repetitive dreams, the way like this is talking about, the only thing I can really think of in terms of a repetitive dream is this one weird one that used to come up as sort of like I'd have a dream, and then it would always, and the dream could be anything, but then at the end of the dream there would be this state where I end up in the same place. And what it was this weird, always empty, I was the only one in it, and it was like a high school gym shower area that was abandoned. And the most important thing that I always remember, because I've always been very sensitive to this, is I never liked walking on gym floors. Like when I'd be in a high school gym class, or earlier in middle school and stuff like that. I didn't like walking barefoot on the gym floor.
Why?
Because it was always kind of gross.
Nasty.
Yeah.
That's great.
And so I didn't like
horrible.
it. And so what always remember about this. It would always come up every once in a while, and I'd be like walking and like looking down, and have the same like the rubber mats that are perforated, and it would have like the smell as well, and I wouldn't want to. I'd be like hyper aware of walking over them and not wanting to actually touch them with my feet, but I'm forced to walk on them.
Pause. Hang on.
Good, Serge, you're right.
Okay, so you'd walk across, and it was perforated edges. And then what happened?
Yeah, so it's like the
God dang it! Wait, the gods are against me.
Good.
Help me, babe.
I'm not going to help you. You stole my thing. I
my
think you
God.
have them on backwards, too.
What do you mean?
That might be the problem. Is that supposed to be your right ear or your left ear?
No, cord always goes in the left.
Oh, it's on my right. We're mirrored.
Ah, okay.
Now it's left.
I should have just left it there.
Yeah, so yeah, the rubber perforated mats that they have in like gym floors and stuff, gym shower floors. I'd be walking over those, and I'd be hyper aware of the fact that I'm walking on them, and it would really disgust me. Like that was a recurring dream for me, and it was always like an aftermath thing. Like I'd have some other dream, and then it would inevitably like transition into this weird like abandoned gym shower, like school gym shower, that I'd be having to walk across the mats over, and I'd be like, no, I don't want to walk across. It was disgusting.
Your parents should have bought you flip flops.
That was it. Yeah, back in those days, it was like it was rare that someone, like, people would bring their own flip flops.
Yeah,
but then like kids would steal the flip flops.
No way. Oh, it's annoying.
Like, so
100%.
And I came from, we didn't have money, so like mine would get stolen and I couldn't replace them.
Oh, that's sad.
So yeah, so it was just a weird thing. It was a recurring thing, and it happened like through. I think it first started in maybe around middle school or something, because that was probably around the first time that I got exposed to gyms like that, or gym showers like that, and it carried on with me like into my 20s. I'd say probably last time I remember having that dream was probably a good 20-ish years ago, maybe like 15 years ago. And it's just it was a weird recurring thing, but it wasn't like a nightmare or anything. It wasn't scary. It was just gross.
Well, this girl's dream seemed to be the typical Freudian suppressed memory thing, which it's just mind-boggling to me. Like, people say, oh yeah, that's just your subconscious trying to get you to force you to, deal with things that you were trying to hide. It's like, you're talking about your subconscious as if it's its own sentient sort of that schemes and says, I'm going to wait till Zonia's asleep, then I'm going to get you, motherfucker. It's like, it makes sense, but I'm like, do we hear what we're saying?
Yeah.
Like, yeah. And then sometimes, like, there are memories that we actively don't want to memorize or don't want to experience.
Recall.
Right? And then you're doing the dishes and then boom, it's in front of the movie screen. Like, how the fuck does that happen? If I'm against, like, we think we're in control of so much shit. It's so funny to me. If I'm against this memory, then what mechanism of my person is saying, yeah, I know, bro, but you still gonna have to look at this, though? You see what I'm saying? Like, yeah. If that was in the physical world, like, we would fight, right? Like, you're saying, like, yo, I don't want to watch this movie. It's a nasty-ass movie, bro. Right. And then somebody in the room was like, well, no, motherfucker, you're going to watch this movie. Yeah. Like, you'd be like, what? You see what I'm saying? Like, that's why we've been spending so much time looking at consciousness, because it's so incredible. Like, we live in a completely, like, insanely magical world that is also extremely horrific. And I think this is one of the horrific parts of being conscious beings, is that you do not have full autonomy over your consciousness.
No, you don't.
And I think a lot of us, like, if we did have full autonomy over our consciousness, would probably feel better, because then I'd never have to watch that movie. Of course, the person could say, yeah, but you never deal with the issue. And then I would say, yeah, but if I totally forgot about the issue, if I could completely and totally forget about X or Y traumatic experience that happened to me, right? What's the difference between that and it never happening to me?
No, I think there's a difference, because I think that whether you remember it or not, the trauma is still there.
How?
So, like,
if I have no recollection whatsoever, how could the trauma be there?
No, experientially, you still experience it. Just because your mind doesn't remember it, you still feel something's wrong.
There's a difference between the conscious memory of something and the subconscious. So
I had
the subconscious, you're still imprinted with the experience, even if you don't remember any specifics or any details or anything like that.
Remember that
And so
thing?
there are other things that will manifest as a result, like having an irrational fear of something can oftentimes be traced to a traumatic event that you don't even remember in your past.
What if I could completely delete it from my subconscious as well, though?
I don't think you could, because remember we were watching that
It's a-
scientific
well, that's
thing?
what
ketamine-
Stop.
that's what
We were
Wait,
watching
wait,
that
wait,
scientific
wait.
thing
Wait,
that was saying it's imprinted in all your cells.
Wait, it's a what if? I'm just asking.
So we're just going completely
Yeah.
hypothetical here?
It's completely hypothetical. Because I don't
We're
believe
leaving the
that
realm
we
of
have.
science
I don't
now.
believe that we have control over our subconsciousness. That's why I'm saying, like, we don't have complete autonomy over our consciousness. But let's say in some weird world, you could take a pill. What do you say, ketamine? And
Ketamine is.
I could completely delete that from that moment or that traumatic event from my subconscious as well. It's a complete deletion. Boop.
Okay.
What would be the difference between not remembering and never experiencing it?
I disagree with you at such a deep level that you can't say
But what are you
anything.
disagreeing with?
Because I don't believe, like, some of the things that I've thought and felt over the years when I had no conscious memory of stuff, I still felt like something was bad wrong. And it wasn't because I had a memory.
Well, that's your subconscious is pretty active.
Here we go.
What?
I'm telling you, I didn't
So-
have any memory of it.
That's
But
what the subconscious is.
Like the way that memory works, you're mapping. You're effectively like mapping proteins in the brain that are creating neurological paths. So if you were to like an event happening is going to create a lot of pathing in your brain
right.
that's going to have impulses firing across it based on certain conditions related to that, to the memory that created the pathing. So if you were to like delete the memory, you'd have to, like, you would effectively remove all that pathing, and you would have like what existed before the experience happened in terms of the pathing in the brain. So there's a movie that actually talks about, not that deep, obviously, because that would be boring in a movie, but there's a movie called Sunshine of the Spotless Mind.
Yeah,
no, that's what Negative Vibes just
Yeah,
said.
Eternal Sunshine of the
Yeah.
Spotless with Jim
Or
Carrey.
Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind. Yeah,
Yeah, that's
And
that's where I got it. That's where I got the idea.
Oh, we watched
That's-
that one.
And that's basically something that's challenging the idea that you are just your experience, you are just the experiences, and is kind of suggesting that if you still go through all the same experiences as individuals, perhaps you're built to be a couple, right? And so effectively they have a bad. I need to see the movie. I haven't actually seen it. I've only heard.
Oh,
it
you
described to
should.
me.
You should see
But-
it.
Such a fascinating.
Yeah.
It really is.
It's basically suggesting that no matter what, they're destined to be together, right?
Right.
And so that they somehow just work as people, and inevitably their paths will lead them back to being together again. And it sounds like a really interesting concept, and I've always wanted to see it. I've just not gotten around to it yet.
So then would you say that would mean that even if you were to completely delete all of your trauma, you'd inevitably run back into that trauma again?
It kind of,
God.
I don't know, because you've got so much of your life built up based on your memories. Like, you are effectively your memories because
Right.
you are everything you recall. So if
Right.
you eliminate a portion of that, so much of your life is built up around it. So I guess it depends. Like, if your behavior took you in the direction of experiencing that trauma, and you go and delete that trauma, so you've never learned from it, so you don't know to avoid
that's
the thing
so
you did
interesting.
to avoid the trauma, you could inevitably lead yourself back into that trauma again.
Yeah.
But you'd be a completely different person, and then you would be because you said your memory. That's what I'm
Yeah.
saying. Like if
Because you learn
could-
from that.
and that's why I think probably that God gave us a subconscious, because if we could, a lot of us would delete shit.
Oh,
But we don't realize the ramifications
Yeah.
of what that. None of us understands the ramifications of what that means.
Yeah.
And so, but that's what, like, it's almost as if when you read Freud and Jung, like, It's almost Jung more explicitly. It's almost like your subconscious is like his own guy, and he's running the control panel, and he's like, "Look, guess what, Z? At fucking 12:38 Pacific Standard Time, you're gonna think about this shit."
Oh my gosh.
And there's nothing you can do about it. You know what I'm saying? And that's a part of ourselves that I think I'm gonna fill this out, and then we'll rate the song, but. Is the only way to control the subconscious would be to deal with your trauma proactively, consciously.
That's what I think.
That's the way I've felt. And I think in addition to that, not being afraid to examine it. Like that's something that I have tried to do. I'm not always that good at it, but I've tried to do, is to not be afraid of examining the trauma. But there are other consequences to that. Because if you're not afraid to explore very, what would you call it, like sketchy things in your thoughts, it kind of leads to other things. So, for example, when I discover, I don't know if I want to say this on stream, but like there are paths I've gone down discovering something, like for instance, the Pit of Despair, which is it's a concept. It was a device created by a clinical psychologist that was studying back in the 70s the effects of isolation on little monkeys. Super disturbing stuff.
I bet.
And like that is the kind of thing. Like once I started reading up on it and kind of went down the rabbit hole. The problem is it haunted me, and it gets me thinking about that, just the trauma of it. Like reading up on it was a traumatic experience for me. And then I'm processing that trauma and I'm thinking about it. I'm like visualizing it from the perspective of these little monkeys. And it's like super disturbing. So there's sort of a double-edged sword to it, because if you're willing to explore very difficult, psychological concepts like the trauma that you've experienced and such, it makes it hard to not analyze and explore really, really dark things that you discover. And there are just some things that I feel like sometimes I get exposure to where I feel it would be so much easier if I could just shut off and not even ever think about it, you know? But I can't because I've gotten into this pattern of exploring the things that scare me and exploring the things that haunt me. And so sometimes I feel like it's more traumatic. Like if I would sometimes wish that I hadn't actually read up on the Pit of Despair and the work done by this particular psychologist.
Yeah, we've talked about that kind of before, like when that girl went missing, Gabby. Yeah. And I was like looking into it, and we had started kind of doing a little bit of reporting on that with Middle America. And I started feeling like this obsession, like I needed to know like what was going on, where, like, have they found her yet? Like I wanted them to find her so badly. I wanted there just to have been like some fight or whatever. And then she took off to her friends or something. But then, Vin is always looking into stuff. Like there's always research happening. There's always new stories. And like, I see sometimes like all of a sudden you look like you're in like a slump, and I'm like, what piece of information did that? You know, I think that sometimes it's just, you're just dealing with yourself normally, you know, whatever. But then others, it's like, okay, that was inflicted by something that you learned. And so Vin had said to me, like, you have to know when to stop, and you have to basically take charge of your own mental health and say, okay, like I need to stop now. Even though like curiosity or that drive, I wouldn't even categorize the drive as curiosity. It was something else. Like I just like wanted her to be okay so badly. And I haven't even explored why or what was that all about. But when you said that, I was like inside, like, fuck you, Vin. Like, I want to research this. I need to know, you know? But I was like, I do know that, like, I've seen you, and I know that you've done a lot more research, and you've explored a lot more things, and you've gone on a lot. It's so I felt like I could take that advice from you because you've been there. So I stopped, And I was like, I kind of gauged it by like how I felt like I was on like the edge, like they have to find her. Like I was really kind of like a sort of bad feeling about it. And then so I said, okay, I'm not researching anymore. Like I'm just going to leave it with and just let the information, because you know how you hear like the information pops up. You're still going to find out if they find her or whatever. So I got like the bullet points of the rest of the story, and you know, I let it go. But I think that that's important when you're looking into things, and like you said, kind of being open-minded about things, but then at the same time saying, okay, my mental health can't go down the spiral of this rabbit hole. I've got to stop.
Yeah. And that's something I would also mention to other people. Like, I think it comes down to if you over empathize, you know, or if you empathize really strongly with people that you haven't even met and stuff, or with animals, definitely be careful about that kind of stuff. I think you kind of have to know your limit.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
So like what
Exactly.
I mentioned before, if you go like Googling what I mentioned before, be very, very careful if you're somebody who overly empathizes and just maybe avoid it entirely. You just kind of have to know your limits. And I think that's where sort of sometimes the problem comes. I think there's I run into the conflict of I'm a very curious person and I like to learn, and I overly empathize, and I struggle with this problem, or not problem. I think it's kind of good, but I do the whole like analyze my own trauma and analyze the things that I'm afraid that scare me.
Mm-hmm.
And that combination can be a little bit of a problem.
Mm-hmm. I bet.
It's a gift and a curse.
Right.
What do you give the song?
Ooh, this one's a 10 for me.
It's a sockle 10.
It's a 10. It was
Easy
super
10.
relatable. The way that what they did with it musically made me feel uncomfortable, like my memories make me feel sometimes. So I'm like, well, this is done perfectly.
Perfectly. Yeah, solid 9.9 for me. Really, really, really good song.
Easy 10 for me.
You too?
Easy 10 for Z. Yeah, these guys, I don't know if they're redefining Doom. If this was my introduction, I'll tell you this. If this was my introduction to Doom, I would then hate Doom. Because I would compare every other band to this band. And I'd be like, these people are horrible. Who are these people?
Yep. Man, these people don't know how to do Doom.
They don't know how to do Doom. Doom is Doom.
No, Alan, it was not boring for me.
All right, dear listener. We're coming up. Song number 4. The name of the song is Abandoned Throne. Is that it?
A throne abandoned.
A throne abandoned.
I need just a small break.
Okay. She shall return. She shall return. All right, we'll do a small break. We'll do a commercial break, and then we'll be right back.
I'll do a quick break, too.
I'm sorry.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the Filthy Capitalist option. As Sori says, 125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. 125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and then get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at insori@gmail.com, and I'll show you the details about how to pull that off.
You can also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
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 That's British for garbage.
My favorite is the community option. $1 at the gate gets you in at Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord.
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
And they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village, facebook.com/Vin and Sori. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sori and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 tier and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener. Buy our merch! Buy our merch indeed. Shall lead them.
To buy. Oh, look, Z's gone too.
Yeah, she went to take a break. How is that different on your ears?
They push differently. Like, my ear canal is swollen on my left ear. It's not nice.
There's only been a couple of full album streams since they did the Fire Stream format.
Buy their merch.
This, I think, is the second. I don't even think we've done a... full album on Firestream. That's right. We called it
we
Firestream.
did.
I forgot.
We did. The Protoman, but we didn't do it with the guest.
Oh, we didn't do it with the DJ.
With a guest on. Yeah. This is the first.
Right. We did.
This is the first of that nature. Thing, yeah.
For show. We did Dark Side of the Moon. We did what do you call it?
I don't know.
Tool. Lateralis was our first full album review.
That was such an experience. Yeah. That was so fun to set up for. Oh man, but the set was I was really impressed with the Pink Floyd one when I painted the wall. Remember I painted that?
Oh yeah, you did, and then somebody bought it. Somebody bought that thing.
I don't think they really bought it. I think we sent it to them and they never paid us. Pretty sure.
No, he paid us.
Did he?
Yeah, he paid us. He did.
That was almost impossible to send. I wonder if he still has it.
You did a really good job with that, though.
It was so fun to do.
You did a really good job with that. Those capitalist bastards, they I think they blocked the whole thingamajiggy.
Probably. It's a tangled mess. Yo, sometimes Vin gets confused as to which knob is his, and he'll turn mine up. So my headphones go like on 50,000. And I think you must keep turning it because nothing's changing on yours. It's so jarring. And for some reason that always gets me angry.
Where's song?
Right here. Green Druid.
Do me a favor, get me the timestamp.
A Throne Abandoned. Oh, okay. Yep. That's going to be 3308.
All right, dear listener. We are back. I'll come up with a cool name for a DJ stream where the DJ is with us. But right now, we're going right back into Green Druid. We'll stop right there. Okay, guys. A Throne Abandoned. Let's go.
it, babe. Stop it.
Shut up your mouth.
Stop that right now.
Shut up your mouth. That's the next song. Okay. Z, can you hear me? Somebody is in her house? Somebody over? Can you hear? Testing 1, 2. Okay. Okay, so now I have a weird theory that I just came up with at the end of this song.
Okay.
Because the first two are about the earth and the dreams and all this, right?
Yeah.
And the second one looks like a complete divergence because it's like, this is about this girl's personal life and dreams she can't, and thoughts and all the rest of it, and horrible voices, right?
Yeah.
You tracking? That was the previous.
Yes.
And then we're back to the earth now and all this, right?
Yeah.
Okay. What if song number 3 is
the
actually
Earth's memories,
not from the perspective of the protagonist, but from the perspective of Gaia?
Yeah.
Yeah.
As
I'm
in
kind of thinking that now too.
Yep.
Mother Earth.
Yep. I'm
She's
with it.
got
Yeah. I'm with
traumatic
it.
memories because we're on the planet fucking shit up.
Yep.
Like let's look. Let's see if we can see. The more she
And
tries to forget.
I was telling Adam, because Adam was saying you guys need a love song now to lighten things up, and I told him, I was like, these are love songs. Like, this whole album is a love song to Gaia.
Correct.
And Adam was asking me, what is Gaia? And I said, it's ancient Greek for Earth.
It's Mother Earth. Right?
Yeah.
It's with, basically the spirit of Earth, effectively.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys remember, but in the first, I think it was the first song, it said that the trees were silenced. But
Right.
in this one, when the people are being consumed by the earth,
See, look.
then the
It's like-
trees are singing to I think they're swinging to their own song or something
Well,
like that.
So
Well,
this.
what I view with this is that it talks about how man has died, right? So we experienced that in the previous song, the second song, right?
Song
For
2,
the end
yeah.
of man. So man has died, and then if, like, what you're saying is correct about the third song, this is sort of like Gaia's, like you were saying, Gaia's what memories and kind of dreams and feeling the history of man's impact
Right.
on her. And then this is Gaia waking back up and coming back to life, her roots
Oh, wow.
and
Yeah.
going through the bodies of man, and her branches
Yeah.
coming up through the skulls and splitting them and through the bodies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right, because so this is song 3, especially if you look at song 3 from the perspective of Gaia.
Yeah.
I can't escape myself because there's nowhere for Gaia to go because she's the entire Earth.
Right.
Right. This horror grows from within, which again would be true because all the horror came from the Earth, from us. So it would be from within her. I see everything. I feel everything writhing under the skin. Mm-hmm. That would be literal.
Yep.
Right? If Gaia would see and feel all the fucked up shit that we do.
Yep.
So it then flows perfectly. Because like I said, I was like, what the hell?
Yeah, it felt like it was a little random there, but yeah.
It was a great song. It was
Yeah.
probably going to be my favorite song on the record.
Right.
But if I look at it from the perspective of, but this is also a good parable, right? Like, because the entire thing was the earth, the trees, and all this, and then we just assume that the traumatized being here is a human because we're all egomaniacs.
Oh, Vin.
So we just assume, well, it has to be about us. It's like, well, no, in the universe of this band, Gaia is a character. She is there. And so she sends these people, presumably she sends the lion and all this at the first song. Mm-hmm. And then, the protagonist, which represents all humanity in the second song. But in the third song, now we're getting an intimate portrayal of how this is affecting Gaia directly from her.
Yep.
Because the first song was from her apostles, basically, that were warning. But how does she feel about it? That's song 3. And then to Z's point, what is she going to do about it? That's song 4. And that is, what is it? A vacant throne. What was it again?
Resting. An empty throne stands still and all alone, resting in a golden grove, rusted red and twisted with vines, forgotten relic of those malign.
Yeah.
So I think it's a city. I think the throne is a city.
Yeah.
I think it's a rusted out city or some
agree.
kind of like not
Yeah.
a literal throne, but like remnants of where man used to live that marred the earth, the surface of the earth, and now it's grown over by vines.
Which started in Song 1, right? Song 1, the protagonist is in a city. Which, what does that represent? It represents our human ingenuity and our drift away from nature to the point where we destroy nature in order to erect these cities. And then we say, this is the pinnacle of what we've accomplished, all these skyscrapers and shit. We had to sacrifice all these woods and shit for these giant things. So then when Gaia finally wakes up from her trauma, because every time you're in a traumatic situation, right?
It's going to
you
take
got
some time,
somebody that's like, you know, doing shit to you, everybody's going to be like, well, you're going to have to do something to change that situation. Not necessarily murder everybody, but she's already sent her apostles to warn and nobody's going to listen. So she's like, okay, all right. Well,
right, because at first she said you could change it.
Right.
But they didn't.
Well, and it's kind of implied, though, that man killed itself in the second song. So man killed itself off effectively. And then you have the haunting memories of, and then you have the abandoned throne, which is Gaia sort of overcoming the remnants of man at that point, which is something I've often thought about is like, if all of humanity died off, all of what we have done in creative will be engulfed by nature over time.
Correct.
You know, the earth will reclaim itself, reclaim all that territory and overgrow it eventually. But yeah, it's something I've definitely thought about a bit.
I feel very proud of myself for putting that together.
Oh yeah, I agree.
I'm very, very proud of myself.
Yeah, that's a good catch.
I had not pieced that together before, and like for me, I had never really listened to the album very linearly like this. Where I mean, I would listen to it all the way through the first like few times, but I would do the lyrics kind of separately, and I would like listen to a song a few times and read the lyrics over and kind of like process the song individually, and then oftentimes wouldn't hear more songs for a while, and then I would get back and then like catch the second song or maybe the third one or something, and then process the lyrics of that one. So I kind of processed the lyrics of the songs out of order and kind of individually analyzed them. So I had never done this like end to end, read through the lyrics as I go. And then, that third song always seems so out of place.
Disjointed. I know. Now check this out, right? So I think it's every 7 years the Israelites were supposed to not work.
Yeah.
So it's basically, and God basically saying, give the land a rest. And the idea was like, you have human industry, you're doing all this agriculture, it's great, but give the land a break. Okay, so it was a sort of like stopgaps to kind of foresee what we're doing now.
Yep.
But obviously the Israelites don't listen because they're like, fuck that, man. How are we going to make... They would probably call Moses a Marxist. They would probably... Don't kill me, but you know I'm right. Okay. So anyway, the people aren't listening, right? So God, you know, Old Testament, he's like, okay, I'm going to fuck you up. I'm gonna send you to Babylon. But look what it says. Then the land shall enjoy its Sabbaths.
Oh my gosh.
As long as it lies desolate.
While you're in your enemy's land. Then the land
shall enjoy its Sabbaths. Have a great day.
Wow.
So like you get this idea
that
Gaia,
how much God cares about the land. That's
Gaia
wild.
needs a break from us and our bullshit. And God says, here's a way to do it so that Gaia doesn't fucking rebel against you and eliminate all you motherfuckers. Give it a break every 7 years. Right? And in this song, because we just completely OD'd and we exceeded the limits, because I still think you could have amazing innovation and all the good stuff that human beings can accomplish without fucking polluting and destroying and all the rest. Especially as science, as we ascend in scientific discoveries. And we figure out, holy shit, these smokestacks were actually pretty terrible for us. Holy shit, there's an ozone layer. Holy shit, this non-degradable plastic is probably not good. Holy shit, maybe we shouldn't send up balloons in there and kill little, whatever. So, but because we won't listen, this is what ends up happening. Right? Like,
yeah.
So,
yeah, and remember in the first song, I think it was, when they talked about gluttony?
Yeah.
And like, how much...
That's the second song.
A second song. How much, I guess, trauma is given to the earth because people are gluttonous. If people weren't, and everybody just did stuff with moderation, then we wouldn't be such consumers. But, like I was standing in Hannaford the other day, and I was like looking around, and I was like, oh my God, Americans, like, we're all fat. Like, everybody within my view was, didn't look like, if you see like the different tribes, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, like the different tribes, you'll see the people
I didn't say it.
The people
Sori said it.
Healthily skinny, I guess you could say. Like, you could tell that if they had to run, they could do that.
They were fit.
But I was looking at everybody around me, including myself, and I was like, no, all of us are eating too much. And so that makes it so that way the industries have to produce more stuff.
That is true. That is true, though. And there was some documentary on, maybe you know it, Z. It was on, these guys are vegan. I mean, and I think they're crazy. They're like, we're not going to have any kids, blah, 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 methane, yada, yada, yada. But it was like talking about how much it costs Americans' demand for meat and the farming industry. It's not about how we treat the animals in this particular document. It was just talking about, what we have to feed them and care for the animals and all that makes it so that we're just completely wrecking the environment because of our insatiable desire for meat.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And so it was pretty crazy. It was a pretty crazy thing to look at.
Yeah.
But what was interesting to me about this song, and I think Z's completely right that this is a city which is like the crowning achievement of human accomplishment. But now it's rusted, red, twisted up with vines because, it's Gaia. You're not going to beat the earth. It doesn't matter. You need her. She doesn't need us. We need her, but she doesn't need us.
Yep.
Where was that part? Oh, right here. Nature. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was going to say one of my favorite parts here is sort of like the earth is not dead yet.
Yeah.
Which I find to be like such an important line there. Because we do have this deleterious effect on the earth, but once, the reality is that unchecked, we eventually do come to the point of probably eliminating ourselves and the earth still having quite a bit of longevity once we have expired from the earth. And so you talk about how the earth is not dead yet. Her wrath cannot be undone. You tried to claim her as your own. Now she devours your bones. Because we can't really feasibly outlive the earth itself in terms of like we could do a lot of damage to a point where we can't sustain ourselves, but the earth could still continue on and eventually over a long enough period of time can recover itself.
Yeah.
And I always found that to be a very interesting concept, that this is part of where, like, I know you and I differ on this because we've talked about it before, but this is part of where I consider us as humans to be so insignificant. And I see like the earth and in such these, our universe to be such magnificent things, and we're just a speck, we're just a drop in the bucket, and we can do a significant amount of damage to our own home here on earth. But the reality is that over time we will run out of the ability to sustain ourselves, and it will recover itself eventually and still continue on and succeed until eventually it drifts too close to the sun.
Well, and she says that with a smile. You see that?
It's dark. It just got very dark.
But like, I remember watching Captain Planet. My mom was like, that's demonic. Ain't no Gaia. But like, the Bible speaks of the land as a autonomous being that has preferences. So right here, lest the land vomit you out when you make it unclean, as it vomited out the nation that was before you. Like, Guy is sitting there saying, you make me sick. Blah! And see you later. And so there's some harmony there. And, look, I don't completely disagree with you. In the main, as far as in and of ourselves, we're completely insignificant. I agree. I think we derive our significance from being image bearers of God. And so we represent God on the earth. But what's fascinating is that us being image bearers of God, literally our first job was to care for the earth.
Yeah. Yep.
So our significance and our, from a Christian worldview, where it should be from a let me say a biblical worldview, because the biblical worldview and Christian worldview are not always the same, obviously.
Yeah.
We should take the highest pride in maintaining the earth. We should say we need to maintain we need to say that what we would imagine heaven to be like, you wouldn't see God fucking up the streams in heaven and doing all kinds of you wouldn't expect that to happen. And like oil and shit in the oceans of heaven, you wouldn't expect that.
Yeah.
So but what's happening obviously is that capitalism has infiltrated American Christianity, obviously.
Yep.
But we should be the ones saying we should be the craziest environmental fascists ever.
It's crazy because if we did, we'd take care of ourselves, because there's been so much pollution that's put in people's water supplies, and like companies knew they were dumping chemicals in there and that the people were drinking it and it was getting into all their stuff. People were getting cancer, dying, and they didn't care at all. But they're looking at it as, well, you know, the people, whatever. But if you first had like Mother Earth as your, like, let's protect Mother Earth, then the damage wouldn't even get to human beings.
Yeah. But it's interesting because they've deified Gaia, where it talks about her wrath. And check this out. Yeah, her wrath can't be undone.
Yeah. Almost has a biblical kind of feel to it, right?
Check this shit out. The nations raged, your wrath has come, the time for the dead to be judged, yada, yada, yada. And what's the specific sin that's being mentioned here?
Destroying the destroyers of the earth.
Destroying the destroyers of the earth.
Yep. Yep.
So all that shit is there. Like this modern American, whatever the hell we call this religion, where we don't care about the earth. It's like, okay, motherfucker, there's a passage for you as well. But yeah, this is Gaia and look, this can be easily harmonized, right? Because if God wakes up Gaia and says, okay, like, what if Gaia has been saying, yo, I want to kill these motherfuckers? God, like, chill out. And don't say that.
That's it.
That's what Orion says. He says, don't say that. And what if God just says, okay, go ahead, just fuck him. Go ahead. Like, get rid of him. But yeah, it's a really good song. Go ahead.
This gets me thinking, like, we got to get back to our Bible studies.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Man, this kind of stuff, that's a really interesting one. Like this very topic would be a really interesting Bible study session.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But I agree. Like it's so weird. Like I'm looking at these parallels, the things talking about the trees. If you scroll up here, the trees are swaying to their own song now.
Yep.
The day of judgment has come.
Yep.
Right? Mm-hmm. Because who's been the number one victim of Western industry? It's been trees. You know, like it's been the number one. But yeah, I like the insight about that being a city, and like you just have this dystopian. It's interesting because it would be dystopian from a human perspective, but utopian from a Gaia-centric perspective, right?
Right. Yeah. Right.
But again, we're so egomaniacal. Oh, it's a dystopia. And the earth is like, speak for yourself, bitch.
Oh, boy.
It's not dystopian to me, motherfucker. Yeah, but I agree.
It is really, like, when I think about this song in a way, especially now that we've reassessed Haunted Memories, and we have the context now, the lyrics in this particular song are really amazing. Like I already love the 100%. Lyrics in this song because it's very visual for me. So I get like I get it's almost like a movie in my head watching
Ugh.
like a fast forward or a time lapse
Yeah.
showing the land growing back and overtaking man's deleterious effect on it, overtaking the bones of both our cities and our bodies,
Yeah.
and reclaiming them and building over them and using like our bodies as the fuel to regrow, and the seeds are planted in our hearts, right? As it states, our own what's left of our bodies feeds the earth, and she grows from that and overtakes our cities and covers them up with herself. And eventually our cities will even crumble and become, layers of her earth. And I love the visual aspect of it, so I already love that. But now having the context firmed up from the previous one, it's like the lyrics are even more powerful for the first song.
Yeah, these guys are strong lyricists. They're strong lyricists because they're setting up a lot of. You have to refer back to the previous songs and things like that. It's a very tight interwoven, very subtle, and sonically, they're doing the same thing sonically that they're doing with the lyrics. If you listen to the record again from start to finish, the way that they use their instrumentation is also the same way. These guys are fucking incredible band. All right, rate this song. Oh, one last thing. I'm sorry. I had to talk about this though. This verse right here. Nature took what's rightfully hers. The kings cried out for their souls, and they were strung up still alive, impaled and shamed for all of time, right? Okay. So the kings get some horrific, torturous death. The rest of us basically get swept away by the flood. Says, then came the flood till none survived. Go ahead.
I'm kind of wondering, so I'm trying to look back in the lyrics to see another mention of kings, because it kind of sounds familiar.
Yeah.
Okay.
We got song.
The trees used to sing, but now they lie silent.
Yep.
So now the trees sing or sway with their own song, right?
Yep.
So they're freed up again. But then there was something in here. Our kind is deaf from the screams of your
Right
tyrants.
here, we are the mothers of kings long dead is in song 1.
Song 1. We are the
there
mothers.
We go.
Yep.
That's what it was. That's what I was looking for. The mothers of kings long dead. So I think it's like the spirits of man or something, like the kings, mothers of kings long gone. I'm not sure.
I think, remember, these guys are deployed, in my opinion, by Gaia to warn us. And so it's at the end of the day, all kings are sons and daughters of the earth. All kings and queens are sons and daughters of the earth. But then they're the ones, especially in the modern age, that betrayed their mother. And let's cut down all these like for example, King Solomon. That motherfucker took out like 2 wildernesses to build his palace.
Yep.
So it's like Gaia makes you this king or whatever to rule over whatever in a benevolent monarchy, and then you come and just take all and just destroy all the resources. So the kings get held to a higher standard of punishment. They get a torturous death, while the rest of us basically get a sympathetic, like, look, man, you guys can die in a flood in about 20 seconds, but the other guys, we're going to string them up and shame them because they should have known better.
I wonder, like we've talked about consciousness and memories in the sense of that, like, stuff is always going on a constant cycle. So, like, if you could go back in time, you would be there doing such and such a thing.
Yeah.
So it kind of makes you wonder if it's because the voices sound like they sounded ghostly, you know what I mean, in the first song and stuff.
Yeah.
So maybe it's these kings that died like this were speaking back to the prior selves to say, perhaps we can change.
Yeah, that's also true.
And they
didn't. They didn't.
Now they're strung up.
Yep.
So I guess it's effectively their spirits being strung up.
Yeah. Well, and it says that almost explicitly because it says the kings are crying out for their souls. right? So that part of them would be
Yeah.
be strung up, and obviously that's a little bit ethereal, but the whole damn record is ethereal.
Right.
So just go with it.
Right.
Fuck is wrong
I
with
gotta
you?
say, I like the ending part where they said the seeds were planted in their hearts. They didn't know till it started to grow.
Yeah, I didn't. Get
I'm not sure how the seeds
the
got
lyrics-
there,
Damn it, the lyrics got cut off at the end for me.
but
Yeah, a verdant terror tore them apart, the branches bursting from their mouths.
Yeah.
The seeds were planted in their hearts. They didn't know until it started to grow. Yeah.
so I mean, I'm not sure how the seeds got there, but I've said this in a review before that I like the concept of there's different things that they can do with your body, after you've died, and I love the idea of being kind of moved into the fetal position with a seed wrapped inside you, and then from you grows a cool tree. So.
Yeah, they have those things. That's spooky as hell.
I don't think that's spooky. I think that's awesome.
It's really interesting the way that this is structured, and
Yeah.
especially now that I've got more context on the previous song. So I'm going through it and I'm just thinking about this a bit, and yeah, this is really amazing.
Yeah,
the way that this is.
They are a fucking brilliant band. Brilliant
And
band.
There's a play on words in there too. A throne abandoned also suggests that the kings abandoned their post, the thing that they were supposed to do. to
Yeah.
actually rein in the toll on the earth.
Yeah.
Yep.
But they abandoned their throne, and so
Yep.
now they're strung up in suffering.
Right.
Right. So there's that additional piece of wordplay there.
Yeah, they redefine. So the honor that a king or a leader should have is the ability to preserve the earth and have the earth thrive. That is where your honor lies.
Yep.
But you completely twisted that and tried to make the earth your bitch and then define that as honor.
Yeah.
And that is actually an abdication of your post.
Yep.
It is also insane. And that's why in the song, it explicitly states that. It says, you tried to claim her as your own. Mm-hmm. There it is, right there.
Yep.
Like, you tried to make the earth your bitch. Well,
Yeah.
Gaia, is not your bitch, bro. Sorry. And you got to understand that. And, Perkinos quoted the other passage where God says, listen, you cannot own. Here's another really, really interesting Bible passage that again proves that Moses was a Marxist. One of these days I'm going to do a Bible study called Moses Was a Marxist. Say this about land ownership: the land shall not be sold in perpetuity, for the land is mine. With me you are but aliens and tenants. So it's it's not yours, man.
Yeah.
It's not yours.
Yeah.
Respect it. Respect it. I'm allowing you to stay here, but respect this woman. And don't work her every day. Don't work her every year. Be respectful. And that's where you find your honor. And if you want to redefine your honor, go for it. You're going to get vomited out of the land. That's what I think is happening. That's what I think is going on in the song, see?
Swallowed up.
Yeah. It's pretty amazing. Well, then let's go ahead and rate it. I need to go take a quick bio break then, and then we can get to the fifth song.
All right. This is a solid...
This
is my favorite song because of the start-stop, the
Yep.
jazzy type of riffage.
Yeah.
Which Korn used to do a lot. So this is going to get a 9.9 from me as well.
Huh. Interesting. This one was not my favorite. This one would be an 8.
How dare you?
Now, for this one, lyrically, it is amazing, especially now that I've got the additional context. Musically, I also love it. Not as much as song 3, as the third song, but still, it's a really good song that I enjoy every time I hear it. So, considering the lyrics and also enjoying the song, but not nearly as much as the other, I'm probably going to set it right around a 9.2. Yeah, let's say 9.2.
Okay.
I think lyrically, I would love to push it even higher. Well, no, I'm going to give it a 9.5. That's what I'm going to say.
Okay.
I think that's fair. Because
That's more
I think that makes
acceptable.
a lot more sense.
It's more acceptable to me. All right. Take
let
your
me
break,
go-
and then we shall return.
All right, Vin out.
Then out.
Back in a
Sori
sec.
out.
Go.
Z out.
Ha. Are you impressed by my
Yeah.
amazing deduction?
Yeah,
Are
I
you
was
impressed?
actually.
Oh,
I mean, I
amazing
was just about to say
You're
it.
so full of shiza. You ain't.
You know, you
wasn't
have to
gonna
always
do-
be talking, so I wasn't
wasn't
able to
gonna
say
do
how
no
I
such
really
thing.
felt.
He wasn't gonna do no. I can't believe you allowed that boy to go out there with his
Baby,
no notifications.
baby. First of all, I didn't know that he was going to do that, but he's 16 years old. Like, for God's sake, what were you doing at 16?
Is Johan 16?
No, but I think that
Then why have him go out the phone then?
because if they feel there's a problem, they can contact us. But they want the full experience. They don't want interruptions. They said it multiple times. Like, you have to let them live a little bit.
What do you mean? It's 1:30.
Honey, were you ever out at 1:30?
Yeah, and I
At
was into a
16?
bunch of crazy shit.
Right, they're not. They're reading a book. They made a little lean-to and brought out their lanterns and they're reading a book.
They did. They made a lean-to.
Well, they were going to. I don't know if they ended up doing it, but they brought out, they set themselves up,
I don't think they know what a lean-to is.
No, I had to explain it to them. All right, I'll be right back. Oh my God. That chair's too low.
It's really long, Adam. Atlas Shrugged. It's a very very interesting. No, they're reading Attack on Titan. They're reading Attack on Titan right now. I guess they're doing the whole thing start to finish. I think Sean Payton is going to the Dallas Cowboys. That's my current theory. That is my current theory.
I'm back.
Your sister just bounced.
Ah.
She just bounced.
What games you playing these days?
Still Fortnite. I like the challenge of Fortnite. Sori just started learning chess.
Cool.
So I've been
chess.
I've been kicking the crap out of her with that. So I've been very, very happy about that. And honestly, haven't been playing a lot because I've been really focusing on these consciousness. Hey, you guys are back.
Yes.
Did you guys finish it?
Yep.
Was it an experience?
Yep.
Yeah.
You look like you're cold.
Yep. We are cold.
Yeah. It's pretty cool.
You are.
Are you in the middle of the
How
stream?
was it? Huh?
in the
Yeah,
middle of the
we're in the middle of the stream.
Hello.
It's okay. It's okay. Don't worry
Yeah,
about
it was great.
Was it good?
Yeah.
Good brother time?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was trying to call you guys and you were
Yeah,
you,
No, we
picked up.
picked up.
you did?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then
Okay.
you hung up.
And then you
All
hung
right.
up.
All right. I just want to know you guys are good.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, was like,
Oh, yeah, Mom's putting this up here.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, good. You guys look good. You look healthy.
Uh-huh.
That's good. You look happy. That's good.
Yeah.
All right. Good. All right. I love you guys.
Yeah.
I'll be down there soon, inshallah.
Hey
All
guys.
right.
See ya.
As you guys can see, Sori's the more liberal parent who doesn't worry about shit. I worry about everything. Hold on for a second.
You're all caught up there.
The boys are alive.
I know, I sent them up to see you.
No thanks to you.
I said,
No thanks to you, bitch.
I said, my God, Dorian, go up there and see your father. He's all in a wreck because you shut off your notifications. What? He said, I said, just go, because I knew you needed to see their faces.
I did.
I said, please go up there and see
I
him.
did. And I got to see them, so it was good. I got a little hug from Johan, which is rare.
Yeah, I know.
Alrighty then. All right, are we back? What happened to my glasses?
Yep.
You knocked off my glasses?
Did you see that Jesse Day said,
What?
Vin's more approachable with those glasses. Oh.
Atlas Shrugged. Yeah, we are reading it. It's very, very fascinating. I'll probably do like a, I don't know.
I haven't gotten far enough into it to know if it's very fascinating.
Really,
There's
my
so many
opinion.
things. There's so many things about that book.
Yeah, I'm wondering, Zonia, if I'm ever going to say that about it, but who knows?
Say what about what?
it's very, very fascinating. I don't know if it's
Well, things don't fascinate you.
things don't fascinate
Just
me.
in general, you're an unfascinatable person.
No, that's untrue.
I've never really seen you fascinated by anything.
You have really.
Yeah, not really. What? Uh-oh.
Well, I was fascinated by
again?
that James Webb telescope, and then you went and shut it off. So I had to watch it later.
What about it?
I don't know. I don't know if I fell asleep or why.
You
why
fell
you
asleep. I
well, I went back to it the next day. I found that fascinating.
Final Fantasy, huh? Uh-huh. All right. Speaking of Final Fantasy, which is a video game, Zonia has a Twitch account. It's called Zonia Dead, and it is on Twitch, where she does live streams, things of that nature. It's not necessarily like a video game type of thingamajiggy.
Sometimes I play games. Sometimes I do
she plays
commentary.
games.
Sometimes I do both.
Yep. So here's what it looks like, guys. And she's got 718 more followers than us. There you go. So if you just do Twitch and then Zonia Dead, you'll find her. That's her right there.
She's not dead. She's very much alive.
Very
sitting in
much
front of us.
alive. Yeah.
Yay
Yeah.
to us.
Yeah, if she died, I'd kill her.
Wait.
So it's like, did you hear from Zonia? Did you hear from Zonia? What the? I've been texting her about the time where she's not responding.
Yeah.
I'm like, bro, she's good. So
I'm like, I need to know.
You irrationally worry about our friends, and I irrationally worry about the boys. I think it's fine. I think it's fine.
Well, we can help calm each other down, I guess.
Yeah, we can calm each
Yeah,
other
but the
down.
thing is, I don't trust you in that department. I'm like, no, I feel like I need to hear from her. There's nothing you can say that was gonna make me feel better.
I know.
I'm like, those people been.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah. It's yeah.
All right, guys, we got some more bangers coming up for you. On the way. Here we go. What's song 5 called?
Oh, song 5 is
Like
going
the
to be
lyrics back up.
Desert of Fury, Ocean of Despair.
Okay.
Yeah, Desert Fury / Ocean of Despair.
Again, these are very uplifting tracks and tunes from the band. What's the name of the band?
Green Druid.
Oh, as if we couldn't figure it out. Green Druid, hello, green, the earth.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you guys didn't catch that. Okay, guys, here we go. Green Druid. Let's go.
What happened?
Starting off with the heavy bass drumming. We got it. Yes! I am a metalhead. was... What was the name of that song again?
Ooh, this one is Desert of Fury, Ocean of Despair. Ooh.
My lord.
I'll tell you what, I think that they captured the despair. Like, I felt like I needed to escape that song. Like,
yeah.
Like, they did it well. I just felt like, I don't know, like, I felt like I was drowning in the ocean. Not because the musicianship wasn't good, but just, like, they made that sound, like, I don't know. I can't describe it.
That voice was spooky as hell,
yeah,
bro.
it was unnerving.
Yeah, that was spooky as hell. And, like, the finality of it.
Yeah.
Like, look, bro,
yeah.
you're going into the ocean, it's going to crush your lungs. Like, there was no,
and then you're never going to sleep.
There's no, like, well, maybe it's like, no, this is going to happen.
Well, you know what I'll tell you was
it.
a little bit terrifying to me, too, is when you hear about people, like, drowning, they always say, oh, it's a peaceful experience. You know, once you suck the air into your lungs, it's peaceful after that. You've never heard
that before.
Yeah, I've heard of that.
What the fuck are you talking about?
I've heard of that a bunch of the times where they say, and you'll see it, like, it's usually people that have near-death experiences with drowning. They'll say, like, it was a panic point until they sucked the air into their lungs, and then once they did, it was just like, oh, it was like a major calm. It was like that?
I was 3 at the time. I blacked out really quickly, and I was in a kiddie pool, and I had one of those little inner tube things around my waist, and I was reaching down to grab something in the kiddie pool, and it flipped me upside down and trapped my legs.
Oh God!
And I was only like 3. My mom and her friend were over by the side, but they had looked away just long enough, and I like inhaled the water, and I remember being under the water and still like reaching to grab the thing, and kind of in being aware that I was under the water, but then being aware that I was stuck and couldn't get back up. And then I inhaled the water, and I blacked out pretty much right away at that point. And the next thing I remember is coming to and seeing my mom looking down at me, looking terrified. And they had pressed on me and like gotten the water out of me or something, and then gave me mouth to mouth, and I came back to.
Jeez.
So, yeah, I was 3 years old.
So it wasn't peaceful to you?
2, maybe. I don't know. 3, 2, something like that.
Oh, God.
Well, it seems kind of sudden.
3, I'd be a little bigger. Do you think I'd be able to get out of it? So it's probably around 2.
Yeah.
Well, if your legs were trapped.
Yeah, maybe.
Wait.
In a kiddie pool, too, because it's kind of shallow. So it's like this deep, right? And you got an inner tube around you. So
probably 2.
I'm thinking, yeah.
That'll do the trick. And yet you want to have a house with a pool and all this shit.
Me? No, I don't want a pool.
I'm talking about her. I'm talking about her. We got all these kids. I'm like, no. If they want to go to a pool, like I'll take them to Hawaii and shit, where like there's nothing else that we're doing. But to like have a pool at our house when we're so busy and we're always multitasking, like I'm not a fan of that at all. Not at all.
Yeah, it's definitely a risk. Though, like these days, most homes that have pools have like a gate around them and stuff.
Yeah, and they have alarm systems that if people pass a certain point, an alarm goes off. If the water gets stirred, an alarm goes off.
And they got the rigid pool covers now too, which are way safer than the
oh my gosh, those ones that you just go in and you could just get engulfed in it.
Yeah, we took them off all the time. We took them off all the time as kids. That was completely worthless. Well, it kept the leaves off.
Yeah,
it kept the leaves out of the pool. That was it.
That's basically all it was good for, because they're deadly. Otherwise, you fall into those things, you can't get out of them, man.
Jeez, it's a wrap. So there was a prophecy in Song 1 about this song. So Song 1, let me pull the lyrics up again.
Yeah, let's get them both side by side.
Song 1, no, that's not Song 1. Where'd Song 1 go? I'll just bring Song 1 back up again, because I'm all powerful.
Oh.
The Forest Dark. This is specifically the one I'm talking about here.
If
Go ahead.
nothing is done, no one will survive. The trees will. No. Trying to see, where was it? Okay, here we go. The fires of soul will burn everything.
Yep.
The stars will shatter like shards of glass. and all that you are will come to pass. Yeah, so the fires of soul will burn everything is kind of the one.
Yep, there it is.
There.
Good. Okay, Zonia, we're tracking. And soul for the uninitiated means the sun. And I think a lot of this, I think this is specifically talking about the ozone layer and the greenhouse effect.
Oh.
So, as the ozone layer becomes more and more thin, then you've got the greenhouse effect. And you don't remember that in the 80s, the greenhouse effect? Everybody was talking about it. My brother came back.
Yeah.
My brother came back from school. And he was like explaining to me, he's like, look, man, the ozone layer, man, and styrofoam and and then pollution, man, and the sun's going to kill us all, man. And my mom was like, oh, shut up. Jesus, go ahead, come back before.
That's what we used to. Those people
who cares?
that.
What did John MacArthur say? Shout out to my mom, but rest in peace.
He was basically saying it was all bullshit, but then he said, spray your hairspray, do your thing, like whatever you want to do, just go ahead and do it. I was like,
the air. Yeah. Fuck the planet.
Okay. All right.
So like right here, this was a pretty crazy line right here. They stab and slice into their veins and rub the blood on their skin. God. The only relief from the heat goes hand in hand, which is interesting, hand in hand, stab, slice, with their pain.
What I find more interesting is the paragraph before it, the stanza before it. So they rise in agony from below. Well, honestly, where it all leads up. Okay, so let's just go from
Who's there? Are the people back?
Well, it's like
going back in time, talking about the people that were already killed off.
It's hard to tell if this is just kind of a memory or something, or maybe it's not necessarily strictly in order. But we have so see the dunes rise high, the furious sun, blazing sand. So yeah, this the sun, the heat of soul, scorching the earth, scorches this dead land. Can you hear the screams sounding from beneath?
Oh,
they taste the salt from your sweat. So as they're walking
they're
across,
still suffering in the underworld.
It's. I'm not sure.
I don't think so.
It's like as it drips into the sand, 1,000 years since they've wept. The skin flakes off their searing hands. They rise in agony from below, grasping blades forged from their hatred. The blood inside them has gone cold, the wrath of their forgotten souls. They stab and slice into their veins and rub the blood on their skin. The only relief from the heat goes hand in hand with their pain. I kind of feel like maybe it is kind of like a penance. But the thing is, it is like foretold in the original song, the fires of soul will burn everything.
That the sun was going to come for you.
Mm-hmm.
I just think I think the previous song is how Gaia fought back. And you see, it kind of like, and actually to get technical here, this happens in biblical prophecy where it'll talk about something and then it'll jump right to the end.
Yep.
And you'll hear the beginning of the event, and then it'll jump to the end, and then there are other chapters that fill in the middle, right?
Okay.
And so technically it's called telescoping in prophecy and prophetic literature. So all I think is happening is in the previous song it just telescoped how Gaia was fighting back, but we were already told that the sun was going to have a say as well in song 1.
Right.
So
that's right.
It's just the angle of now it's the sun's turn. This is the sun's turn. So there are multiple, because remember the kings got strung up and all that, then a bunch of people got flooded, but there are other people that had to deal with the ramifications of that, and this is how they end up dying. And they want to go into the ocean because the greenhouse effect, that's what's happening, I think, here. They stab and slice into their veins, rub the blood on their skin, the only relief from the heat, it goes hand in hand with their pain. Because there's no water left, and they're suffering from this heat, so the only liquid that they have to relieve themselves is their own blood.
Yeah.
Right? And so what do they end up doing? They end up jumping they basically try to jump into the ocean, and then whoever's talking, I think it's the sun, is saying, go ahead. Jump into the water to get relief from this punishment. The ocean's going to crush you. You're going to die. And that's why I said it was like a telescopic thing, because how did the people die in the previous song? They died in a flood. They died in water. And so these people, because of the torment of the sun, what do they end up doing? They go to the top of the cliff, and they basically have to jump into the water, and it's like, go ahead, do it.
It's the only relief.
Yeah. But
goodness.
so basically,
Last
hell.
relief.
yeah. But then, you know, and the sun is basically saying, go do it. Do it. It'll crush you. And I think the idea is that Sun and Mother Earth are married, kind of. So the sun is like the husband, and he's been watching you fuck up his... And that's why it's an all-male vocal on this one. Did you catch that?
I didn't catch that.
Yeah.
It was all-male vocal
Yeah,
this time.
you're right.
It's the only time in the record where it's an all-male vocal.
Yeah.
And so...
Man, I was wondering about that too. Like, why that? Why was it the male vocals for this song? And that makes a lot more sense now.
Yeah,
That's so well thought out.
Historically, right? Earth has been mother, has been feminine, and the sun has been masculine. Historically, and so you get the sun is sort of, and you figure the heat, you know, the wrath. I mean, this was a very wrathful, fucking spooky voice, bro.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think that's what was happening is like the sun finally got its turn because it's been watching you with its all-seeing eye fuck up his wife
Oh my gosh.
for the last, you know, whatever, 10, 20,000 years. And now it has his turn, and they're cutting themselves and all the rest of it to get some sort of, I was just imagining the blood just sizzling. But they're driven to madness because there's no water in the land for them.
That makes a lot more sense with the style of vocals too, because the style of vocals aren't very aggressive throughout most of the song.
Right.
They're almost like overlooking
Yes.
and basically whispering as they're trotting along.
Yeah.
And just baking them, like following and lurking. Right.
Yeah.
I really like that effect.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because they're like menacingly whispered.
Yeah. There's no
Yeah.
reason
Or-
there's no reason for the sun to exert himself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, you're not getting away from him. And that's why he spoke with so much like finality. Like,
Yeah.
you guys are finished. Period. You know what I'm saying? Like, these guys,
Wow.
lyrically, I don't know, Z. Conceptually, these guys are not playing around.
It's so funny
Yeah.
because at the beginning, Zonia, you were like, I really like this one. I mean, lyrically, they're kind of, but like now here we've like gotten into it and we're all like, holy shit, whoa. It's so funny. Yeah.
It's like the way that they structure the lyrics and the way they lay things out is actually really well done. I wasn't so much a fan of like the wording at certain points, and it just
Yeah.
feels a little jarring because you get kind of broken out of it because you're like, wait, why did they do it that way? It just doesn't fit. And
I think the big thing too was that you never listened to it start to finish like what we're doing now, where you kept doing like pieces and then replaying the one song, and then that definitely makes it a different feel, I'm sure.
That too, yeah, it's a big difference going start to finish while paying attention to the lyrics like this and analyzing them.
Yeah, Vin will force you to do that.
It's really cool. Yeah,
I know.
I love it.
Yeah, these guys are. It's that's what I think is happening, though. I really do. So I think the previous song is just telescoping a little bit. It tells you the beginning and the end, and I think this fills in the middle, which is interesting because the next song is a cover. So technically, this is the end of the record. So if you look at the structure,
yeah, you're right.
They ended with the middle of the prophecy, which is unbelievable.
Yeah,
That's a pretty.
It's almost
interesting
like
way of doing that.
it's like a very clear warning to man, is what it is.
Facts.
Putting that at the end is like it's
Yeah.
basically okay. We've told the whole story. Now let me put you into the mind of those who suffered at the end and died.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
what happened to them, and that's like the final. In a way, it's almost like, it's like the like just driving the message home.
Yeah.
With this one really blunt, intense story.
Yeah.
That paints a very a picture of suffering and of finality and of a desire to end it all, but having no good options.
And this by far was the most ominous, aggressive
word.
song on the record.
Oh my word!
It was just very, very again, doom. You have the John. It's like I say all the time. Like when you guys are screaming in the song, it's like, what are you angry? Like everything you're screaming, everything. But these guys and this young lady shows the genre of doom, and the record is really about fucking doom, bro. You see what I'm saying? It's it's literal doom. So they're using everything at their disposal.
Yeah.
To communicate this thing. It's unbelievable stuff. I was watching a guy. We might do this at a Bible Boogie because it might be really a really harrowing experience. Where the guy said that the Book of Revelation he said 85% of it is in meter. So it's basically 85% of it is poetry and singing. And he said Revelation was meant to be chanted. So he was talking about sitting in the catacombs.
Oh my God.
30 people around a couple candles chanting these things. And I wish I could find it, but it was the spookiest thing ever.
That is spooky.
It was so spooky. She killed the blood of your prophets and now you've given her blood to drink. The 30 people saying that in meter, it was insane.
Yeah, and then if you chant that over and over and over, and then that gets in your head like that, and then shit starts rolling out in 70 AD like that, that's got to be really, really friggin' creepy.
Yeah, yeah. Or
especially how accurate it was.
Saying that shit on the way to the arena when, it's like...
Oh my gosh.
But this right here, it even says the sinners never sleep. Will you go to the city under the waves where the sinners never sleep?
Yeah. It's really kind of amazing the way that it's messaging it is really, in a way, like you were saying before, biblical, right?
Yeah.
It's pretty impressive the way that they've done that, especially considering that they're doing something so unique in the telling of it, and they're focusing on such a specific thing. Which is, Gaia and our deleterious effect on Gaia. Yeah. But they're able to take that and do it in this way that feels so prophetic and biblical. And
it's unbelievable.
Unreal.
Yeah, it is. It's such a good album. And I'm so glad that I've gone through all these songs with you now, because the way that I look at it, the way that I end up grabbing up the lyrics, I do it so out of band and so isolated that I don't get to see it all end to end like this. So this is a really amazing experience to revisit this album with you guys in this way and analyze the lyrics in, song to song like this.
Yeah.
And obviously our reviews would have been completely different without you as well.
Oh, definitely.
They would have been completely different without you. So
yeah.
I don't think...
This is an interesting and fun journey doing it all together like this.
I don't think we get these revelations. Revelations. I don't think we get them without Z. I don't think...
Oh, yeah. It was...
Yeah, it still would have been fun, but not nearly... No.
Yeah.
It would have been completely different. We'd have had to do neural pathways and all this other shit. We'd have had to reorient everything.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, thank you.
Yeah, we got people in the Bible Boogie chat Z where they're like, "Yo, when are you gonna start? When are you gonna start?" If I start next week, they're like, "All right, motherfucker, we've been asking you for a year."
Aw.
Fucking Zonia shows up, says one thing. Hey guys, hey!
Vin's all in.
Sorry,
I'm not on Facebook anymore. So if you're messaging the group, I'm gonna miss it. But
no,
we'll have to.
No, we'll text you if it.
We'll get you. I'm just saying, they've been asking for, they've been asking for a year, and then you throw out some random thing in her review.
Mid song.
Oh
yeah, that would be an interesting Bible Boogie.
Yeah,
then Vin's like,
not?
They're starting up again, guys.
Starting up again, bitches. Yeah, they're like, I see how it is. Fuck you.
Everybody jumping on it.
Yeah. Shit, man. All right. So how do I want to play this? You know this next song. I don't. Should we rate the album now, or is that just an extra? Does this next song have anything to do with what we just endured, or what?
Let's rate this song, and we'll do the next one, and then we can make a decision if we want to rate the whole album together, or if we want to separate them.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's good.
What do you got?
No, you go.
This song is a 9.4 for me. I am, and this is something that, like, this is why I appreciate Sori as a vocalist. Like, we've listened to we've reviewed about 2,700 songs. And, you know, death metal, whatever. I mean, it's pretty much one vocal style. It was just fine. Or you get cleans, and that's another vocal style. And it's this kind of binary thing where it's this or this. The way that he was vocalizing the spooky part.
Oh, God.
Like, that is just, I have so much appreciation for that, because it's like, you can communicate heavy concepts without doing, right? Like, you can communicate something really sinister, really demonic, really terrifying, without just a rah-rah. And
I feel like despair is the word.
I appreciate, but man, hold on. I want to play it again. Because... And here's the other thing about this thing. There's like a little musical interlude where it sounded almost like a lullaby. And then he's like, the ocean's going to fucking swallow you up, bro. It's going to crush your lungs. You know what I'm saying? It was like, it was such a crazy juxtaposition. I was like, oh, we get some relief.
Oh my gosh.
We get some relief. And then he's like, no, fuck you. There's your relief. Hold on. See, like right here? See? A little bit of hopeful, major chords.
No.
It's kinda... You know, it's kinda... The weight of the ocean will crush you. Like the way he does, the weight of the ocean will crush you.
I feel like that you're on a downward hill and you are not going back up. So it wasn't uplifting at all to me. It's like this, you're slowly sliding into the pit of despair.
Doesn't it sounded like initially sound like a lullaby? The weight of the
I thought it sounded a little bit like a hymn.
Go ahead, Z. What were you going to say?
It kind of reminds me of Roger Waters' vocals on The Wall which song is it? Man, I'm blanking now on the song title, but it's like right before the hotel scene, before he flips out.
We haven't done The Wall yet, so we're of no use to you.
Yeah, and it's not Comfortably Numb. It was before that. But I gotta rethink them in my head, but because it's been such a long time since I've listened to that album all the way through. But it reminds me of Roger Waters' vocals during one of those songs where he's talking really quietly and kind of whispering, but singing at the same time.
It's unreal. I mean, listen to this shit,
baby.
That shit is crazy. I mean, that's amazing. That's amazing to me.
That song is so depressing to me. I can't even describe it.
It did its job.
It was full of despair.
That's a
9.7
for me. Take note, metal people. You don't just have to go blah 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 or yeah to be scary. Like, be a little bit theatric. That's what I love about your vocal style. Is that you have so much range. Good job. All right, go ahead.
For me, this one is a 9.8.
Yeah, I'm going to augment my score. 9.8. I agree.
I literally don't know what to rate it because as far as it made me feel personally, like it's like a 2 or a negative something. It was so like when I was a kid and like any sort of like, you know, Mozart sort of like a lot of like feeling songs would like kind of come on. I'm not sure if it was I'm assuming it was Mozart, but it was like within that realm of music. I'm assuming it was the Mozart, but whenever it was playing, my mom would put it on sometimes. I felt so depressed, like like I felt like I could just die. I was so depressed with the sound of that music. And this song did that to me. I was like,
And you should rate it high.
yeah, well, that's the thing. That's the thing.
It moved you.
Yeah, I wouldn't
In
even
a
listen to it
negative way,
again.
it moved
It was
you.
so heavy to me. And then he talked about the ocean like crushing your lungs. It was just too much. Gosh, I'll just match you guys with a 9.9 for me. Not because I
Wow.
liked it, but just because it really
Did its job.
sonically captured what it was saying. I felt the ocean crushing me before they even said it.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, that's why I rate it so high too. Because the song, it's interesting with this particular song. It's honestly not one of the stronger songs for me on the album. There are 3 that are really, really strong for me: the first, the third, and the one that's just coming up next. But this one sonically captures, just like you were saying, the mood and the feel and everything that it's describing is just so perfectly encapsulated in the melody and the style and the vocals and everything. And so it makes me bump it up even higher because of that, because it is so effectively composed.
yeah,
Yeah.
right?
definitely.
Yeah. Yeah.
Empty
Unreal.
Spaces, that's the song.
Oh my God.
Thank you, Rob Royal.
All right, guys, we got one more. It's a Portishead cover. It's entitled what now? Where was the start at?
So yeah,
59?
Portishead is another English band, by the way, and
Yeah.
they're a trip hop band. This is from their 3rd album called Third.
Wait,
And,
this is
yeah,
not Green Druids?
This
It
is
is-
Green
it's cover.
it's a
Oh,
Yeah.
oh, okay.
and it's so much better than the original, in my opinion. So yeah, it's called Threads.
All right.
How you feel about that, Portishead?
check it out.
Okay. What's the
56.
thread starts at 56?
No, it probably. Well, yeah,
Click
yeah.
on
It
the
starts
link
at
in the
56.
description. There's a time link. You can click on it.
Oh, okay. Where am I at? Oh, I'm 9 seconds over.
Yeah, because remember
All right.
it had just started.
Yeah, because I rewound it like a dumb butt.
Oh God.
Okay. Threads is the name of this song. Let me get the lyrics up. Yep, that worked. That worked
God.
with the rest of the record. I see what she was doing there. I see what she was doing there.
Oh my God.
It's heavy, right? I like heavy both emotionally and musically.
Yeah. Z, I don't know how you can listen to this kind of stuff. All that. I feel like if I listen to too much of this, I could just drive my car off a bridge or something. This is so friggin' heavy.
It is. It is very heavy. Like, for whatever reason, for me, I just vibe with it. It kind of just goes. I don't. If I could put words to it. If I could put. Sorry about that. For me, the reason why, why I'm laughing is because for me, I kind of vibe with it, and so like music like this kind of just fits my mode, right? Just for whatever reason, I don't really know why, like how to explain it, but there's like there's a synergy that I have with music like this for whatever reason. Because like you guys have heard the other stuff that I play that's way more aggressive, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Songs to you, they're higher energy and more aggressive.
Yeah.
But when I'm just kind of like my steady state mode is like listening to a lot of stuff like this because it just there's a synergy with the way that I kind of feel and move and operate in the day that just it goes with me for whatever reason.
Wow. Oh my God.
I mean,
It's hard for me to.
Neil says it's cathartic.
I know. I saw that.
So,
I saw that.
it depends. Especially if you're a person that's prone to a bunch of mentation, like I'm tired of my mind, I'm worn out thinking.
Yeah, but I feel like that a lot.
I'm always so unsure.
I do feel like that in a lot of different. But I would no.
The song is kind of like a blend of anxiety and depression.
Yeah.
The way I
Yes,
see it.
yes, Zonia, that's what it is. It's the anxiety side of it. It's not just depressing, and that's what's upsetting to me. I don't like the anxious side of it at all.
You
Captured it.
You'd either like an anxious song or a depressive song, but you don't want a song that's.
But
that's
don't put
a
the
10
two of
on
those
both.
together. I mean, what the fuck? Like, wow.
Give me a break.
Yeah, really. Honest to goodness, it's almost tormenting to me. Like, I can like step back from it and say, "Wow, they're really good at that." Like, that's really. I could just, if it wasn't for you, Z, I'd have just. No joke.
Really?
No joke. Yeah, I was done.
It's so funny because like I vibe with this so much. So the first time, okay, so when as I mentioned before, they released the first song as a single initially, and it was months before the album actually dropped. So I was listening to the first song and I loved it so much in the mood. And I remember thinking at the time, I was like, man, I can't wait to see what the album's going to have because there are elements of this that just match me, like match my psyche so much. And I was really hoping that there would be elements of the album that are like this song. And so the reason why I was saying like there are two other songs in the album that I want to rank higher because they just match me better. And it's like the third song and the sixth song really do. And the funny part is that the sixth song is a cover. But what makes it even more interesting is that Portishead is one of my all-time favorite bands, right? So I love Portishead so much. Their first two albums are just perfect for me. And they're very depressive. And they're very dark and moody. And they've actually influenced a lot of depressive metal bands. Like, and so, like, to find out that the song that I love the most on the album is the sixth song, the final song, and it did the thing that I was hoping when they finally dropped the album. I was like, there it is. It ended up being a Portishead cover of one of my favorite bands.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I can see how that'd be super special.
What? Okay,
Yeah.
so we're going to enter into mega vulnerability mode here. What line, Z, or what stanza, or what couple lines are you the most relating to in this particular piece?
I battle my thoughts, and I find I can't explain. I've traveled so far, yet somehow feel the same. And then of course you go on to the chorus part, and to me that one really means so much to me because I do battle with my thoughts that I find I can't explain, and I have this whole I've traveled so far yet somehow feel the same, as in, like, you've heard me talk about my experiences, right? Very, very broad experiences. And you and I, when we met up in Southern California,
Yeah.
we talked a lot about that. Like,
Yeah.
we both had similar kinds of experiences, different but similar, like growing up in similar conditions and
Yeah.
experiencing homelessness and shelters, and then living in a very, then kind of going into a world where we were almost suicidal with our pursuit of certain careers. Like, I took on this extremely edgy career that paid more because of how high risk it was initially, and had to work with certain people have security working with us. We were high value targets, and we related like similar kinds of like almost suicidal kind of approaches to life. Like, we exit this world that was just crazy, constantly switched on, and go into this world that's like we don't even care about ourselves anymore. We're in the adult world. We're willing to take any risks and do these wild jobs and travel and go around the world. And then I'm kind of like, in a way, travel worn and experience worn. I've seen so much, done so much. I went through so much experience just in the few years of my teens that most people don't experience in much of their adult life.
Their whole life. Yeah.
And then I go into the adult world doing something even crazier, right?
Yeah.
And it's like so much breadth and depth of experience there, yet I somehow feel the same and feel like, like I can speak on a lot of things experience-wise, but I'm still that same uncertain person, doubting and not sure of myself, and questioning whether or not I'm doing the right thing, whether or not I ever really did what I wanted to do, whether or not I've lived the experiences I truly want to experience, and am being true to myself, etc. So it's like, no matter what, I'm still this frail thing underneath that's doubtful and questioning and insecure. And so that means a lot to me. But most importantly is the way that they captured all of that in the sound. Like,
Oh my
Green
God.
Druid is so effective at capturing these emotions and lyrics in the sound, and pushing it out there. And when I hear it, it isn't depressive. For me, it's like an equilibrium in a way. But I'm sure, like, for others, it can easily be depressive.
Yeah. Is it like a you're not alone feeling, like, hey, this is like right on the head, and there are other
It's
people
relatable.
that feel that way, and you're not by yourself.
It's so perfectly relatable.
Yeah.
And I listen to a lot of music like this. Like, I listen to Shining quite a bit, because it also matches that kind of mood in many ways. I listen to Primitive Man for the same reason. It matches that mood, but with more anxiety with Primitive Man.
Oh God.
So yeah, it's wild to find that, like, when I really analyze the kind of music that I listen to and the stuff that vibes with me the most, it's like the stuff that would, as you're stating, sorry, would kind of like drive people anxious or depressed, or make them feel like they want to get away from it.
Yep.
And for me, it's an equilibrium kind of thing.
Wow,
Yeah.
that's so interesting.
Yeah. Different music affects people differently. I was looking at this song in the context of the whole record, and I was looking at it like this was like the meta part of the song, where the person telling the story puts down the book and looks at the camera and says, "This is how I feel about all this."
Yep.
So that's how I was looking at it. I was like, okay, this definitely goes along with the album, particularly the last stanza, "I'm alive when I sleep." And how did the record start?
A dream.
A dream.
Yo, you're right.
Right? And in the dream, she meets all these beings and has this, at minimum, muse moment where, because I believe that this person probably did have a real dream. and I think it was probably very inspirational to the entire album to a degree. And I think, you know, the "I'm alive when I sleep" line was like really massive for me, considering what just happened with the arc of the album itself.
Oh,
where
yeah.
the whole thing starts off with the dream.
Yeah.
And then, how did you interpret? So I'm alive when I sleep. Why am I not in all that I've got?
Literally, that was the question I was going to ask you guys, because I have no.
How did you interpret that?
Like, for me, it was, I've got all these things, but this is not me. These are distractions. These are things that I use to pretend that they're me. And I've got my life, I've got my family, my friends, I've got things, but they're not me. And I think that comes down a lot to the anxiety and the doubt that's in the song.
Yeah.
And because I have a very similar experience myself, where I kind of look around at all that I've got, and I'm like, no, I'm just an incomplete person. These are not me. These are something I prop up to suggest that they're me, to tell me that they're me, but they're not. And that's the way I kind of read it.
Yeah, to me it was like that line, "I'm alive when I sleep," is so fascinating, because I think she had such a real moment in that dream, and she was connecting with something so real and true.
Well, yeah.
And it's like, why can I only have that experience or that feeling in a dream state?
Yeah.
I've got all this stuff around me.
Yep.
And again, at a dream state, it's like we said earlier, you are not completely in a complete autonomy of your consciousness. So it's not like she can turn that on and off. That was just something that was chosen for her by her subconscious, the universe, God, Allah, whatever you want to say. That moment was chosen for her in the sleep. But then she comes back into the real world, and it's like because there is a weight to the entire album. And I think even if something is weighty in a depressive sense, like, all of us want some sort of depth, meaning, transcendental sort of heaviness to your life. So you hear something, you're like, oh, that was light, or you say light reading, you know what I'm saying? Or that it's funny because the Hebrew word for glory is chabod, and it literally means weight or heaviness. And so it's like, she has this chabod moment in the dream state, and then she wakes up in America or Europe or whatever, and it's just everything is so light and false, and, you know, you're dealing with, look at the huge conversations we're having about Mother Earth, giving the land a Sabbath, this, like, all this weighty shit.
Yeah.
And then you turn on TV and it's like, oh, Britney Spears was topless in the, like, who fucking... Like, shout out to Britney Spears. I'm just saying, like, it's just the triviality of life after she had this incredibly profound experience. I think it fits with, my point is, it fits with the record, at least the way I was interpreting the song. And that stanza to me was, captured it. And I'm not a lucid dreamer like you, but I've had a couple, on one hand, very significant moments in dreams where I've woken up and been sorely disappointed.
And
You know what I'm
and there's
saying?
another, and this is also kind of where I interpret depression as well, because there's also the other element of I'm alive when I sleep is like a major element of depression is sleeping a lot and not wanting to wake up from it, and finding escape in the dreams and in the sleep. And then you also have the line that comes at the end of that stanza, which is, I can't find no one to blame. Which is another element of depression, right?
Yeah.
And then you've got stand down, damned one, which I think is the conscience, right?
Yeah.
And And then that gets repeated, and that's the most aggressive part of the song too. And it's harsh vocals, it's extreme vocals saying "Stand down, damned one," and it repeats "damned one" over and over again. And it's almost like trying to just thrust the conscience back, like being plagued by your conscience and trying to just shut it out.
Yep,
Right?
absolutely.
Damn you!
That's why I interpreted this as a mix of anxiety and depression. And it does such a good job of conveying both anxiety and depression. Like the combination of the phaser and the pitch shifting, like bending, of the tones creates this very anxious resonance inside you. And then the slow build with the almost like very faint vocals that there's very little energy to them. That's like a sign of depression as well. Like when someone talks meekly and quietly when someone's really depressed and people can barely hear them, the lyrics or the vocals all the way through it are faint until you get to the second chorus, and then they punch out. And then they come out, and that slow build is just so emblematic of that progression of like these themes, the depression and the anxiety at the end, and then the uncertainty and doubt, and then more depression at the end.
Yeah, more specifically, I also interpreted the damned one to be, at the end of the record of the previous song, humanity is damned. And I think part of it is like
you are of the human race.
Resignation. You are part of the human race. You're part of the problem. And even if you see it, like that's one of the worst things of all time. Like we've all had people in our lives where it's like, and actually you and I have had discussions about this with certain people that, we've teamed up to try to make things a little bit lighter, say it that way. And we see that they're like on a path to self-destruction. We see that, okay, even if I help this person here, it means you've had those, like, okay, let's help this person.
I don't think people are on a path to self-destruction. I think you are on a self-destructive path, or you are on a healthy path.
Yeah.
Like it's one or
That's
the other.
That's a good way of putting it, yeah.
Yeah. And like, we know we're going to help this person, but principially, they're still on the same path.
Yep.
And they're going to be right in that situation. And there's nothing worse than, like, knowing somebody's going to wreck themselves. Seeing that future. And so, if you multiply that by 8 billion people on a planet, and there's that powerlessness that you have.
Right,
where it's like, we're just damned, man.
Yeah, yep.
You know what I'm saying? And obviously, I say all the time, being a Christian, things are very convenient for us because I believe everything in this album from start to finish. And if the artist were to tell me I had a dream about this, yada yada yada, I would say that is literally true. Like I would completely say you had that. I would go as far as to say it's from God. Like I think this is a really inspired record, like divinely inspired record. Honestly, to be honest, that's what I believe because it has so many prophetic warnings in it. And there's so many, biblical parallels. Like, I'm sure that if I were to say, do you know that Leviticus says that the land will vomit? Like, I'm sure she probably doesn't know that.
Right.
But to me, they're coming from the same source. You don't have to be on the team for God to inspire you and all the rest of it.
Right. And truth is truth.
So I just felt
like
what
you're saying.
It was such an inspired thing.
Yeah.
But
wow.
It's one of the motifs of the prophets, actually, in the Bible, is that the prophets were almost always depressed. So, for example, one of them is called a weeping prophet, Jeremiah. And he basically says, yep, here we go. And we're all going to fucking die. And, like, the guy's like, I should have never been born, blah, blah, blah. And, like, so depression is one of the, as well as anxiety, he was also a very anxious guy. He was full of anxiety. And so, like, that's depression and anxiety is actually one of the marks of the prophet in the Old Testament. That's one of the motifs of the prophet. That's one of the ways you can mark if the guy was hearing from God or not, is whether or not he was depressed and anxious. So that's why there's that constant phrase, don't be afraid to Daniel and all these other people when the angels show up to the prophets, because they were always afraid. They were always full of anxiety. And so when you see a dark future, and you really, really see it, there's an element of this right here, right? And obviously for me, you know, I'm like, I look at this as ultimately like, God's not going to leave us to ourselves. Like he's going to intervene and we're going to figure it out, inshallah. But that doesn't take away from the fact that the way that he helps us is through prophets or music like this. And I think this entire record is a prophetic album. And if we're going to figure it out, and how to care for the earth and all the rest of it, this record is going to be part of how we get there.
Oh, yeah.
And so, and so like it's the depression and the anxiety that she feels when looking. Let's, like I said, because I feel like she's reading a book from song 1 through 5.
Yeah.
And then in this song, she puts it down and says, "This is how I feel in light of what I just showed you guys." That this is when she went meta. She basically broke the wall and basically said, "All right, guys, this is how this is affecting me, the person." And so that was what like blew me away about like I think concept albums are very hard to do, and they're not. Most concept albums, in my opinion, are trash. Just because you have to have the right mix of repetition and new information.
Yep.
And sonic sort of awareness and rhyming with new ones, and these guys just did an entire
without
world
over explaining
build.
too.
Without,
like
yeah.
I think that you kind of want that, like what you explained, Z, where you were like, it didn't seem like it kind of all fit, and then as we were like breaking it down, it does all fit. I feel like like you'll do that when you write stuff, like you assume a certain level of intellect from your readers or the people that are listening to you, and I'm like, these people aren't going to get it, and I over-explain, and that makes something very boring when you over-explain. So I think musically, like what they did lyrically and stuff, like they kept it kind of like vague enough where you kind of had to like dig a little bit, but at the same time, it was you could see that there was a theme.
Yeah. What did you get this? What did you get the song, Z?
Oh man, this is an easy 10. Easy 10.
Yeah, I think it is good at 10.
I like, in a way, I would almost, give it an 11. But the thing is, I haven't done like enough reactions with you guys to be able to feel comfortable giving anything an 11. But it's such a good song, and I feel like I like it the best out of the album, and I gave Haunted Memories a 10. So I kind of want to bump it up, but I'm gonna
do it,
at
Z.
10 anyway.
Do it,
you think
Z.
I can do the 11?
I've done 10 and a halves as well. Yeah. So do it.
Let's give it. Let's do. Let's give it a 10.5 to leave room in case there's ever an 11.
What do you got?
Well, first I have to say one more thing about this last piece. I'm alive when I sleep. Why am I not in all that I've got? I can't find no one to blame. Like, I think that one of the kind of staples of dreams is that you're not responsible for anything. Like, whatever happens in the dream, it doesn't matter. When you wake up, if you destroyed a city, it doesn't matter. If you know what I'm saying? Like, it literally doesn't matter. And so she says, when I'm alive when I sleep, why am I not in all that I've got? I can't find no one to blame. Like, I think when she's awake, like you want to be able to just kind of like get rid of the culpability that you have. But then she says, stand down, damned one, which I kind of agreed with what you were saying, Z, about like speaking to her own conscience, like, shut the fuck up. You're like, you're messing with me too much here, and I don't have any escape here. Yeah. I can't blame anybody else because I know like this is on me. And so, because I think that we are all to blame for the state of our world.
Yeah.
100%. So anyway, I hated this song with like complete and total hatred. I
Which
feel
means,
like
once again it did its job.
Yes. The vocal style that she got in, like you kind of like poked me, and I think that you're right. Like I think it's a vocal style that I would definitely, I think that's in my range.
100%.
And
100%.
And maybe that would be like, Z, you said when you listen to this, it's like cathartic for you, and you kind of like, and I feel like maybe doing that vocal style would be like that for me. But I'm not gonna. I'm not going to sit down and listen to this whole album again, and certainly not this last song. If you hear me listening to this, bring me to the hospital ASAP. Put your hands and pray over me, do something, because I am not right if I'm listening to
We're
this.
in trouble. Yeah.
If I got this on a loop,
Yeah.
save me.
Yeah.
So I don't really, I'm really troubled in how to rate this because I have such adverse feelings I wanted to escape it so badly. Like, you know, like when you see those movies where like something happens and the person friggin' jumps out, like crashes through the glass and you're like, yo, you know, you had time to use the stairs. I feel like that in this song. I'm like, the friggin' window. So I don't know. I guess I feel like maybe that then it's another one that's well done. So then maybe it should be high scored, but I don't know. Did everybody else rate? You already gave it. What'd you give it?
I gave it a 9.6.
And what'd you give it, C?
She gave it 10 and a
I
half.
gave it a 10.5.
I'm going to go with a 9.9. It was terrifying, and I don't want it again. I'm not going on that roller coaster again.
I gotta tell you though, like, I don't know if it's the Z effect or what, but these have been the most thoughtful ratings you've ever given.
Well, I'm troubled. I'm severely disturbed.
Yeah. Okay, so
It's funny because I've been sitting on this album for you guys for a long time since I think it finally got released on December of 2020. So I've been sitting on this one for a while, and multiple times I was like, I should just submit it to him, you know?
No, I think the timing was absolutely perfect.
yeah, I agree.
Mm-hmm.
I
don't
it would
think
have been rough to submit it during like the worst part of the pandemic as
holy
well, right?
crap.
When we were losing 10,000 fucking people a day.
Yeah.
Everybody's cooped up inside listening to a song like that, trapped underwater, can't breathe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And,
I'll say
like Neil rates it as a 9.9 as well, by the way.
See?
Oh, okay. Is
Second
he still here?
best track for him. Yeah.
So, okay, now let's rate the album as a whole. This album is the most well-written, thought-through concept album I've heard. Now, we did Proto-Man, and I love Proto-Man. Everybody knows I love Proto-Man. But this is Harvard-level shit. In my opinion, just the way they did things and the depth. I'm actually gonna go back and watch the review again and see all of our wheels churning, because Weird Z, it was almost like you were the traveler. You were well traveled. You traveled the roads before.
Yeah, that's true.
But at the same time, it was almost like you're seeing it for the first time.
Yeah,
So it was a real cool way for me to experience a song, because you knew, but you didn't know at the same time.
Right, yeah.
Mm-hmm. So it's like, you know, like two persons. Like one person was like, yeah, here, make it right here.
Yeah.
And then there was another Z that was like, holy shit, this is what happens when you make it right. So that probably is like a lightning in a bottle moment in time that we'll probably never experience again. So if you're a DJ and you're going to come on and do one of these things, don't expect that. There's no pressure. It's not going to happen again. It was just a very specific moment that the three of us had.
Right.
So, and the other thing is, we've got a connection outside of all this shit. So what I'm saying is, don't try to compare it and all the rest. It's just let this thing be what it is.
Yep.
And I had a feeling that this album was going to be really unique for you guys. Like, you know, typically, because the stuff I submit is like way harsher, more aggressive, higher tempo. And so I kept thinking, like, when am I going to submit this one? When am I going to finally do it? Because I always knew that it was going to be well received broadly because of the elements that it has.
Yeah.
You know, it's got a little of everything. It's very melodic, but it's doomy. It's got all these different emotions, like heavy emotions in it. It's got these higher tempo parts to it. Basically can satisfy everybody, and multiple of the songs meander through so many different styles and moods, and it conveys the emotion and the feeling so well.
It really
so I
does.
knew it was going to be well received, and I wanted you guys to hear it, because it's like every time I hear you guys do a Doom song, I'm always like, yeah, but it's not this.
Oh
right?
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's not this, and I'm so picky about Doom, and often the stuff that I hear that gets submitted to you guys, I'm kind of like, yeah, that's good, but nah, it's just like there's so many other songs that are like that, and I really wanted to make sure that I could get you guys something unique in the realm of Doom, and this album just landed in my lap back in late 2020, and I was just blown away by it instantly. One of my favorite albums that year, if not my favorite, and I just had been wanting to submit this to you guys for so long, and I'm glad I finally got to do it, because now experiencing this with you and with the audience and seeing the audience's reaction, very, very strong across the board for the audience as well. It's like, okay, like it wasn't just me, right? It wasn't just me being moved by this album. Everybody else in the room seems to be as well.
Yeah. What made you decide to jump on and do it with us? Because that was something. That's something that's unique.
I had been wanting to do a collab reaction with you guys for a while, and I wanted it to be something special that we could all kind of really relate to, or at least discuss it at length. And this is one that had been just eating at me for a long time and was in the back of my head, and I would think about it every once in a while, think about submitting it and just letting you guys react to it. But the more that I thought about it, the more I thought, no, I should probably be part of the reaction, especially because of how much the album means to me, especially the sixth track that tops the whole thing off, that hit the mood that I was looking for, and it's a cover from one of my favorite bands. And and then what happened was this year I got back into streaming, and I basically took it up 6 days a week, which is unique for me. I didn't used to stream that much. So it basically opened up all this time for me to actually collaborate with you guys, because I'm already devoting this time to being on camera and streaming and everything. So it makes it easier for me to coordinate with you, because that was how things fell apart a couple of years ago. Was like we kept trying to schedule and we just couldn't do it because my schedule couldn't align up properly. So now that things have changed a bit and I'm doing streaming more than I used to, I basically have opened up these time slots where I'm already going to be on camera, hanging out and doing things on mic and everything.
And that's another thing. Like, if you're going to be a DJ and you're going to choose this option, like, don't compare yourself to Zonia. One, we've known each other for damn near 3.5 years. Two, she's fucking streaming 6 days a week. So she's comfortable behind a camera. She understands rhythm. She knows when to stop, when to start. She's a pro. So don't compare yourself on that regard. Okay, favorite moment in the stream.
When we basically rediscovered what the third track meant after hearing
that was a fun moment.
Because that was just so groundbreaking for me. Like, it just opened up something I'd been confused about for a while with that song, and suddenly with new perspective, we're all like, you figured it out, Vin, and we go back and look at it and we're like, holy crap, you're right. And it was just a mind-blowing moment for me, and it connected the puzzle. Like, it was the missing piece that finally fit into place, that in a way that had been out of place for so long for me with this album.
Do you know how I came up with that? You'll never guess.
How?
John Sailhammer.
Oh.
So there's this obscure author that he's got this book about the Old Testament, and he does that with almost every chapter of the Bible. He finds these weird things that, because there's a lot of things that, like, that doesn't make any fucking sense in the flow of the story, but then he'll make these lexical connections, and if you read his book, it trains your mind to find those aberrations and go, because you can assume that the author's an idiot and doesn't know what they're doing, or you can assume that the author's much smarter than you and you need to catch up to them, right? And so it's like, I was looking at it with that lens, and it was just bugging me. And that, honestly, that was the longest review we did. Song 3 was the longest review. Oh yeah, that was like a hour review, because we were talking about trauma and things of that nature. but it just bugged me. I'm like, because it went right back to the environmental stuff. I'm like, what the fuck is happening? And so for almost the entirety of the fourth song, I was still on the third song.
Really?
Yeah, because it was just sticking out. Because like I said,
Yeah.
when you listen to Sailhammer, he trained you. So the fourth song was my favorite moment when I had that moment of enlightenment about the third song. So that was my favorite. That was my favorite part.
Mine was, you guys, was all very deep. Mine was that moment right after the song when I felt completely traumatized and I was like saying it and Z started laughing. Because I just loved the laugh. It was like kind of genuine and like, and I just felt like, you know, like when you're around some people and you have to like act or you have to put on like a whatever.
Yeah.
But I felt like I could just be honest about how traumatized I felt by it.
Yeah.
And like you genuinely felt like laughing.
Yeah.
And then it
Right,
wasn't,
yeah.
you know, like some people might be like, you should laugh. Look, she's
There were a
traumatized.
couple parts where she's like, she talked about the earth being
Sorry
destroyed.
about that.
There was one part where she's talking about the earth being destroyed, and then she looked up at the camera and smiled like as soon as she talked. Yes, we're gonna be destroyed.
No.
I was like, that's fucking Zonia. You're never gonna find another one like that. You're never gonna find another Zonia. Forget
Oh
it.
man.
Oh
It's
man.
so funny, like because outwardly my behavior I think is very contradictory to kind of like the way everything kind of inwardly is processed and the way I look at everything. And I've often told people that I have a very bleak view of the world, and it's very nihilistic, and so very absurdist as well. Like absurdism is almost the way that I view things, like through the lens of, right?
Yeah.
And so I've had people, like when they get to know me really well and they kind of learn a little bit about the way that I view things and process things, they're like, that's you weirdly dark for you. And I hear that, like people will say that it's like strangely dark or strangely bleak for you. And because the way that I conduct myself, it's almost contradictory, I guess, to that, because I'm very friendly to people.
Yeah,
and I like offer
I agree with that.
hugs and and so, but it's like and it's not incongruous with how I feel. I think a part of it is like almost what would you call it? Like an attempt to mend the thing that I perceive, right? Like I view things very bleakly and in a dark way, and so the way that I behave is an attempt to sort of mend that. I want to be nice to people and hug them. I want to be friendly. I want to lift their spirits up, and I want them to have a better experience, because I hope that maybe that will change things. Like maybe the world won't be as bleak if I can somehow provide something that lifts others up and makes them feel better. But at the same time, it also seems like a fruitless endeavor when I really think about it. But in a way, like like these musical elements just kind of vibe with the way that internally I feel. And so when I listen to it, it's just like it's like a synchronization or an equilibrium, and it feels at home, I guess, is a better way of putting it.
Yeah, 100%. We're at the 5-hour mark. Thank you so much, Zia.
Damn, 5 hours.
Yeah, 4 hours, 56 minutes, and 38
How long did it
seconds right
feel?
I wasn't sure. I was going to say like 2.5 to 3 hours.
Yeah, that's like 2.5 movies.
Time flies.
Time flies. Listen. I'm going to say this and we're going to go. Johnny Melancholy, his girl Johnny is in the hospital with COVID. If you're in COVID in the hospital, it's serious. So he has us to pray. I'm going to do that. I'm going to pray for Johnny Melancholy, and then we're going to jump out of here. I promise you I would, bro, and I don't talk shit. And with that, I'll pray. Jesus, thank you so much for this time. Thank you for the inspiration you gave to this band. Unbelievable. God, I pray for Johnny and Johnny. God, I pray that you would give the doctors wisdom to help her, and that you would relieve Johnny of any anxiety that he has, so that he can be a good support. God, thank you for bringing him into our lives, and thank you so much for Zonia and all the gift that she is to us and to her friends and the world. And I thank you that you preserved her life through all the bullshit. We love you. I can't wait to see you. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
All right, guys, we're out of here. We love you. Stay safe.
Take care of each other.
However you want to, take care of each other and stay safe, do that, man, because I don't fucking know.
Thanks again for the stream,
We
Zonia.
love you guys.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Have a good one. Vin out.
Sori out.
Z out.
Gone, bitch.